Alrighty, looks like we are live and alive. And as I said before, we will be returning back to our regular scheduled kind of stuff, meaning that we would be analyzing and discussing kind of anti-intellectualism as a major feature in what we do, because that's a big thing that I'm currently involved in, and is tackling the anti-intellectual aspects of cultural analysis and whatnot. And one area that we haven't quite looked at too, we've looked at the anti-academic scene a little bit, and we will probably have to return to that. But kind of part and parcel of that is also this growing anti intellectual, or just kind of anti many things, anti highly politicized, anti liberal, anti woke, anti whatever, this kind of weird rage baity reactionary kind of content on YouTube. Specifically, we have things like Nerdrotic. Nerdrotic, I've seen a couple of times, and I'll be honest, it's a little bit kind of interesting when we really look at it. So let's actually close that up. I want you to take a look, and we have to do it on the window capture here. Let's see if we can actually capture it effectively. Let's change this to that guy right there. So let's really take a look at this page, because I want to take a look and show you what I mean when I say that there's kind of a toxicity that has happened especially amongst the online nerd analysis and reviewer kind of thing, to where it's been happening over the past, like, I don't know, 15 years or so. Certainly the last 10 or 12 years. And I wouldn't even say I would take this as all bad, because again, some of the criticisms that these people will have about the fiction that they're watching, I think, could theoretically be good criticisms. There are problems with the medium. There are problems with Hollywood. There's problems with the way Hollywood does things in Hollywood. But I want you to look at every single video on Nerderotic's channel here. I want you to look at, again, the language being used. And again, language guides us. And what is the entertainment value that we are kind of hearkening to, and we are touching upon with this style of medium. This isn't bad or good necessarily. It can be quite bad, but let's just, I'm not really at my criticism point. This is more just a general neutral analysis. What is the point of Nerderotic's channel? If you were to look at this and think, okay, well, reviews are there to give the personal opinion of an individual, to inform them. If we were to take it a little bit further, we might say reviews also are a feature or something that people who are experts and or highly knowledgeable within a field, looking at new stuff being released, they are then analyzing it based on the standards which had been previously established within that particular field, and are now analyzing it and discussing how it breaks with tradition and doesn't, and based upon a loose set of criteria and or some form of analysis, whatever. Maybe either it's hearkening to traditional norms, or it's hearkening to kind of larger scale analytical categories. Either way, they then analyze and say whether it's good or bad according to the standards that we do. So again, you could have something that breaks the traditional standards of good, that have been established for a while, but could also itself be refreshing or good. Some people say, hey, I never have seen something like this before. And I'm actually going to say I kind of enjoyed it. I think it understands what made the traditional medium good and makes something that is very, very different and yet is still good. Kind of like a new dish or a new soup, a new cooking thing that you do that hasn't been done before, a combination of things that are, the flavors are still good, the flavors are still there, and you're like, yeah, nah, I like this works, okie dokie, never had this before, but it actually tastes rather interesting. The big thing is that for that to happen, you need to also be open to differences, to a different form of, engagement, a different form of taste, if you will. So that's on the surface one aspect of what the critic is doing. Is that's what the critic is selling you on, is their expertise, their ability to explain and understand these things, and their ability to to convey the difficult meaning messages and other aspects that you might passively notice, but you don't really have the expertise, because you don't do this for a living, to engage with this in the same way. You just don't notice it as much. Okay. Another aspect that draws the critic, that makes the critic interesting for you, is the critic is itself a text, as we might say in the academic world. It is a text to be analyzed, is that it itself is a, if we want to say, some kind of creative, fictionalized almost work. Perhaps not fictionalized, but there's aspects of fictionality to it, and aspects of characterization of themselves. They are playing a character to a certain degree. What they're saying is not necessarily fictional, but it is put through the lens of a character or an archetype or some kind of entertainment quality. So the review itself is the entertainment product. Not necessarily, it could also still be used for information and to inform, but that's when we get into an interesting little problem of, okay, it may be used to inform, but what is the primary thrust? Is entertainment the thrust, or information and informing the thrust? Because you can't really have both, because they exist on different planes. Entertainment is about satisfying the needs and desires at that moment of your audience. You are entertaining them based upon pre-designed, you are entertaining them through humor, through anger, through rage, through happiness, through excitement. You are attacking and otherwise appealing to a specific feeling. Okay. Now, where does this go wrong? Well, it can go wrong when, especially from the reviewer, when entertainment is more important than informing people correctly and accurately. Because entertainment doesn't really care about if something is true or not, just like fiction. Like, we have superheroes, we have Superman, like here. Superman who flies, who shoots laser beams from his eyes. Is any of that true? No. Is it entertaining? Yes. So therefore, I want to entertain based upon things like action and bright colors and shit like that, and different kind of themes that are built up in the fictionalized world. That is more important than actual information and truth in the objective world sense. So, what I have noticed and seen, because I've been online and been on the internet just as long as some of these guys, even though I haven't been really producing, I've been consuming a lot, is what I've noticed is and if we kind of see here, is that over the past 10 years, hate sells more than anything else. If you look at this, one, okay, it's YouTube things, whatever, but even just looking at this, Marvel blames Disney for its failures. Thunderbolts absolute Marvel fatigue. Woke Hollywood is breaking up. Doctor Who ends in disaster. Rip Doctor Who. Hollywood girl boss too close to the sun. All of these things are very much mockingly hateful. The entertainment is mockery here. Now, again, mockery, much like a stand-up comedian kind of says, can have aspects of truth, but also it's not. Whether it's, I don't know, I'm trying to think of comedians, Tom Segura I don't know, think of comedian. When a comedian, say, especially like a family man or family woman, makes fun of their kids and talks about how much they hate their kids and how much they sometimes want to strangle them, but they do so in a funny and comedic fashion, you know that they're talking about a grain of truth, the frustration or irritation that can come from this. But the entertainment quality doesn't necessarily, it starts from the grain of truth, but the entertainment, the humor comes from the exaggeration of the truth. So in many ways, the exaggeration, the end product, the hyperbolic representation, not necessarily the object, but the representation of that object, of the objective truth, is what is entertaining. So the thing that I have found is that many people watch these style of reviews, and they don't realize that this, especially like something like Nerd Erotic, what they sell is a product. What they sell is the hyperbolic, deformed, and exaggerated aspect of truth. So people will watch this and will come away like this, oh, this must be the worst thing ever. 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 Everything's the worst thing ever. Everything is so crazy, stupid, terrible. I would never watch this and like this. And the problem is that with people watching a lot of this is that there is almost no realistic way to not be influenced to a point of not being able to separate the hyperbolic representation and the actual objective thing. Because let's just say this review: Captain America Brave New World, it's a disaster, awful. And he's probably going to talk all kinds of hyperbolic crazy shit. The thing is that I don't necessarily like the movie. I don't. I watched it and I didn't really like it. Is it the worst movie I've ever seen? No. Is it a disaster? No. It's just not great. It's mid to low tier, you know. It's not objectively awful. I might say Snow White is getting close to being objectively awful. But again, you also notice just a trend. Everything here, and this is part of what you can also see as the brand, is what is he selling? Is he selling hyperbolic things that are across the spectrum of positive and negative? Is this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I love this. Awesome. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. And you might say, well, I mean, everything's terrible. But is it? Is everything terrible? Again, when you have to do this for the algorithm, you have to sell extremism. Again, this is just as bad as the woke, the everything is sexist, everything is racist, and you have to call it out all the time. I remember that old quote, that old SJW thing that people hated and talked about. Oh, the social justice warriors, the woke people, they're terrible because they're extremists. Because no matter what, if they see even a grain of racism or sexism or traditionalism, they have to destroy it. They have to take it down from the inside out. Remember, that's what they always described as. And I want you to look at this. Is there anything here that ever tries to build or create something nice? Does it actually want to make? And again, look, we're now 2 years back. 2 years back, and so far I haven't seen a single positive thing about anything. Now, there's tons of things that happen in the world of comic books, in the world of media. Tons of things. And okay, all this channel says is, okay, this channel just is going to focus on a few of the larger properties. Okay, Marvel, DC, Lord of the Rings, stuff like that. But notice it just keeps going. It just kind of keeps going. Endless things. Now, I'm not even necessarily going to say I disagree with some of these aspects. Again, there are bad things, but when you make only your channel, the only thing that you care about is this hyperbolic entertainment of rage, of being outraged. How dare the world or this thing not to do what I wanted to do? And it's really, and again, here, notice here, you see these two figures here. These are two classic memes of the woke people being outraged and hateful, feminists and leftists being outraged with their laser eyes. You see that? You see that right there with the Joe Rogan one? Now, I want you to look at the endless stream of hate and rage and anger and outrage. The next thing I would say is that you could maybe even do this to a certain extent, but what we're going to be doing here is we're actually going to be analyzing the critique of one of these videos. It doesn't really matter what video I pick because they're all kind of the same thing. They're all the same form of critique, the same form of analysis. And that's part of the reason why I dislike them, is that I think they are genuinely is not good analysis and offers poor justification for the anger and dislike. Again, they very rarely, oftentimes what they end up doing is they just kind of summarize the story and then say it is bad because it didn't do the thing they say is good, which often is not better. Again, they just kind of say the story should have done X instead of Y. And you can maybe say that, but explaining why, I think that's the biggest thing that I find that is missing from these, is that no detailed explanation for why the new thing is better than the old thing. In this case, new thing I'm referring to is the substitution. Why their substitution actually works. I find that very rarely does this feature. And honest to God, I've heard more than a few when they actually talk about like how they would write and what they would do and with the story or whatever. More often not, what I find is that it's laughably terrible. Um, like, look, I don't mean to shit on other people's creative works. They can absolutely do that. But oftentimes like this, look, I can tell you right now off the bat, that's going to play terrible. And that's fine. You're coming up with ideas on the spot. This is why we have table reads. This is why we have reads and editing and back and forths. And this is why you will write something and go back and reread and rewrite it, at a different later point in time, trying to analyze and get a better understanding of what it's actually doing and whether or not this actually accomplishes what you want. But I want you to, we're going to take a gander through, and mostly what I want you to do is, rather than focusing on whether or not what he says is true or not, what I want you to do is think about the simple thing is, how is it framed and sold to you? The narrative and rhetoric of the review itself. Again, it's important to, analyze not just the text, but analyze it as a text, as you watch a show and then you come away with criticisms. One thing that's good for both self-reflection and also good for understanding how you're consuming this, because again, the way this text comes out, that the criticism basically pretends to be objective and truth-telling when fiction and hyperbole is a major selling point, which corrupts and corrodes the objective nature of the analysis. Again, this is one of those things where it wants its cake and eat its too. It wants to eat its cake and have it too. You can't do that. You can't have a thing and also do the actions that completely make the thing not objective anymore. So let's watch, and I want you to focus on the words and the description of this. Obviously, a lot of this is going to be hyperbole. A lot of this is done for entertainment value. But then I want you to think, is this telling me the truth, or is it telling me a new story? In many ways, again, criticism can be seen as oh my God. Narrativization of an experience. A narrativization of an experience that is retold to either inform or entertain. And again, I'm going to put these as either or and not something that you can have both of, because quite frankly, I'm beginning to really wonder whether or not you can entertain and inform at the same time, because information, it's kind of like a category mistake here, is that your brain will categorize and fail to separate the informative parts from the entertainment parts. Thus, you will be informed not just by the information, but by the entertainment narrativization of that information. And you will kind of embody and take on these narrativizations more so than you would the actual information, the data. So, but let's watch.
Nerderotic.com.
Want to make sure we have some sound here.
Friends, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here by saying entertainment has seen better days, and it seems that originality...
Okay, entertainment has seen better days. And let's put that in quotes just so we know. Entertainment. And again, the opening lines. And he says, again, friends, I don't think I need to say that entertainment has seen better days.
Nerderotic.com.
Friends, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here by saying...
Or, I don't think I'm going out on a limb when I say... I know this seems like a lot, but it's important to do.
Nerderotic.com.
Friends, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here by saying entertainment has seen better days, and it seems that originality is on life support, to state the obvious. You can look no further than what we've been inundated with over the last half decade. Unnecessary remakes, prequels, sequels, direct sequels.
All right. So, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here when I say entertainment has seen better days. So there's a couple of key pieces in what they do here. Can we underline? I don't think we can. Going out on entertainment, these are the two key pieces in there. Going out on a limb, the extremism here. Again, notice again, he's going to present hyperbole. There's going to be a lot of hyperbole. There's going to be a lot of, again, this is kind of the continuation of a project of inciting rage, of discussing things in a rage-like manner. So I don't think I'm going on a limb is pre-justifying, oh my, pre-justifying pre-justifying inaccuracy and outrage. Again, the hyperbole that will be coming out. I'm not going out. I don't think I'm going out on a limb. So he wants to say, I don't think this is crazy to ask for X. Well, again, just by saying that, that doesn't mean that asking for X is not crazy, or even the assumptions, the pre-assumed aspects, the premises of this statement themselves does not mean that that's not crazy or otherwise problematic or going out on a limb. We don't know yet. Now, again, I understand you're taking it really kind of far here, but if you look again at that channel like this, do you think that everything is so terrible that it justifies 100 plus, 200 plus videos that everything's sucking? Look, and I'm not a Marvel fan. I don't even like these products, and I would even agree. I do not like the insistence on sequels and prequels and all this stuff. I think that is bad, and I think that can create problems. But it's all in terrible shape. I don't think it's in terrible shape because explicitly just because of this. I think there's a lot of reasons that go into why it's terrible. I think part of the reason also it's terrible is because it's really hard to please an audience that is primarily entertained and informed in a fan base that is constantly pissed off about everything. Entertainment has seen better days. I do hate this statement, by the way. And I'm just gonna explain real quickly here. Again, when sequels, prequels, whatever, this has been a trend and a thing that has always existed in Hollywood for well over 10, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. This has always been a thing. And Hollywood, people seem to forget how much, and when even I do this, how much when we talk about, the 90s action movies were great. 80s action movies were even better than, like, we haven't had real good action movies in forever. We seem to forget how much dog shit was released in the 80s and 90s. I'm sorry, do you guys not remember that Hulk Hogan made several movies and they were all dog shit? All of them. Oh, well, those were kind of kiddie movies. Yeah, well, and even then, there's dozens and dozens of, there was, half a dozen mainstream Steven Seagal action movies. They're all shit. Like, maybe Above the Law, like one or two of the original ones might be okay, but they're all dog shit. Especially if we were to use these hyper-focused, wow, this is just ridiculous and stupid, this wouldn't work in real life kind of assessment that many of these kind of individuals use when they are talking shit about new woke products, especially if they have women in them doing anything physical against a man. They immediately go, a 120-pound woman could not beat up a 180-pound man, but seem to forget that fucking anything, Steven Seagal exists and apparently hurt people in his movies. Like, oh wow, all of his characters killed people. It's like, I'm sorry, Steven Seagal couldn't fucking do anything. That fucking pain in that fucking pussy. And beyond that, we then, that analysis, that hyper focused, this is unrealistic, this is stupid, this doesn't make any sense, never turns on the products that they actually like. Because they like them, they were entertained by them, so they don't want to find ways to shit on the thing. And that's my problem, I think, ultimately, is that, again, the entertainment is finding and speculating on what can I say about this that will make people entertained, rather than what is actually true about the product. Again, and this whole appealing to the better days. When? The 90s? There was tons of stinkers in the 90s. Tons of them. You don't remember because, like everything, it's been filtered out. The good, or the things that actually attached to people and people found entertaining and enjoyable, those things are kept and everything else sinks to the bottom. The good ones float, the bad ones sink. So when you look back, you have this bias of it's like looking at the surface of water, and you have everything is thrown in there, and the bad stuff soaks up water quicker than the good stuff and sinks faster. So you throw all this crap into the water, all these pieces of wood or whatever, or these objects, and immediately within the moment, you can see some automatically sink because they just sink like a rock, and like, oh, those things are terrible. And in the moment, you're looking and you're seeing some are floating, but you see some are kind of floating better than others. Some are already sinking a little bit, but it's slower. They're slowly absorbing water and slowly sinking down. Maybe they only sunk like maybe, half a foot down into the water or something like that. So they're a little bit below the surface, or some are just barely above the surface, but some are floating really, really high. And you're like, those are good, those are bad. And then you leave and you go further down and you're throwing more stuff into the water, and now you're in the 90s, or you move down and you throw stuff into the water in the 2000s, and you look back at the 90s, and time has given enough space and given enough, again, time to filter. And again, the bad things have sunken from your view. You no longer see it. So you go back and like, oh, look at all those good movies. There's like 10, 20 movies that were amazing that were released in the 90s. Thousands of movies were released in the 90s. And you're going to name, I can name like 50 or 60 great movies. Thousands were released. Thousands are released. Tens of thousands are released now. How many of them are good in the 2000s to 2010s to 2020? How many of them were good? I'm willing to bet you the percentile is probably not going to be that far off. It might be a bit, and there might be certain things that are bad and certain things that are good. But again, the hyperbole sells. not truth. But again, entertainment has seen better days. This is the same kind of dog whistle annoyance that I have when it comes to politics and politicians, especially conservative ones, when they say, make America great again. When the fuck was it great? I'm not even going to say that America it is or is never been great or not. I'm just genuinely trying to figure out what is the time you're looking at. Like, I don't know if I even agree or disagree with this statement, because I have no fucking clue when you're actually pointing to. You're pointing at this vague idea that things were better in the past, but in what way, for who, and when? Just give me something to work with. Hold on, I'm going to get a drink of water here. All right. But let's actually watch this. I know that seems like to take a lot, but this is what I think is important when you're doing media analysis is, again, taking your time, even if it is, perhaps I do it too much. And I certainly will admit that to some degree I do it too much. But this is what doing good close reading might look like, or at least the beginnings of it. It's a bit rambly on my part, but it seeks to try to explain or point out specifically what is the issue here.
Nerderotic.com.
Friends, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here by saying entertainment has seen better days, and it seems that originality is on life support, to state the obvious. You can look no further than what we've been inundated with over the last half decade. Unnecessary remakes, prequels, sequels, direct sequels, spin-offs.
Now, there's also something that we're saying here is unnecessary. Now, again, what is unnecessary? This is where my question would come in, is what determine necessity in entertainment? Where is this line of need and not needed? And more importantly, entertainment is, again, if you look at it from like a grander, like philosophical kind of state, as we saw previous yesterday when we were talking about Ursula K. Le Guin, you have the necessary, the Jesus, I cannot. You have the necessary, not, but enjoyable / non-destructive, and then you have the destructive. So again, you have the necessary needs, food, water, shelter, basic stuff like that, basic human dignities. You have the destructive elements that you don't want. And then what about that middle category, to where it's not necessary to have, but it can be either enjoyable or the practitioner of it is non-destructive. So things like, hey, getting high. Is it necessary? No. Is it destructive by nature? No. Or washing machines. Is it necessary to have a washing machine? No. Is it enjoyable or non-destructive to have a washing machine? It's enjoyable and it's not. Yes. Okay. Creature comforts. Entertainment is all about this. There's nothing that is necessary about entertainment. Again, this implies, some kind of either grand narrative or unspecified need. And I don't necessarily disagree that there might be a need, but I think this is actually counter to the point is that, like, look, if you feel like, oh, this is unnecessary sequel, okay, then what's a necessary sequel? Well, the necessary sequel is the one that continues telling the story. Well, does the story need to be continued to told? Yes, because I'm invested and or I am obsessed with it. Like, this feeds into this desperate need for content and consumption and new entertainment that I'm not sure is 100% positive. This unnecessary, by simply saying this, and again, I know this is taking a lot out of little, but this is something that I've heard throughout all of these type of videos. Doesn't matter who it is. Unnecessary, or this sentiment is said, even if the word isn't specifically said, there's this sentiment that these things are not necessary. And again, I might even use these kind of words and phrases occasionally myself. But one thing that I'm trying to do, or at least that I'm aware of as best as I can be when I'm saying these things, is that this is ultimately not really solvable. Because nobody can know whether or not a sequel or a reboot is necessary or unnecessary. Because, quite frankly, a lot of movies that you might like, or some classic ones that you've seen, they're technically, some of them are reboots, some of them are remakes, some of them are sequels that you never really knew were sequels to things. Some of them are adaptations, readaptations of older material that you never knew that were directly inspired by or just straight up pulled from. So what is necessary or not necessary is, this is a weird thing. This is kind of a weirdly obsessive, compulsive, consumerist thing, is that we need things, but I don't need these things. These things didn't satisfy me, therefore I didn't need them. I don't know. And again, oh, we're getting tons of sequels and reboots and whatnot.
Half decade. Unnecessary remakes.
Unnecessary remakes. What makes it necessary, not necessary? Just because, again, the Snow White and Seven Dwarfs sucks for various reasons does not mean it was unnecessary. Like, I don't like any of the for the most part, I don't like any of the live action Disney things. And would I say they're unnecessary? I just don't know. I might just say I don't need them, but that doesn't mean that they aren't necessary or not necessary in the grander scheme of things. I just don't. I didn't like them. But this necessary, this kind of, it's weirdly puritanical in the sense that only the purest or the bestest, or only these things that I like that should be allowed to exist. Anything that isn't is somehow impure, terrible, and otherwise corrupting. Prequels. We don't need prequels.
Sequels.
We don't need sequels. Why not sequels? What's the difference between a necessary and an unnecessary sequel? Again, I don't necessarily like any of these movies. And I do believe, yes, you are correct that a lot of times sequels and reboots and all these things can be creatively bunk or easy because this thing has already been laid out for you. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. Hell, half the heist movies you will ever watch in your life are all the same fucking movie, basically. There's some small, in many ways, whatever the first heist style movie that was written and designed that mimics or otherwise gives the model for most modern heist movies, every movie after that is basically just the same fucking movie. Slightly different characters, you add a couple of different scenes, you have a couple of different motivations, but not really anything that changed. It's just a heist movie. It's just a grand narrative archetype. So, are these necessary or unnecessary? Again, they can be bad, but that doesn't mean that they're unnecessary. I would be perfectly fine having a sequel of an Indiana Jones movie that's good. The nature of it, the sequel, and again, you might say, well, I'm being too kind of nitpicky with this thing. Well, one, that's what criticism is supposed to be doing, is nitpicking. Thank you very much. But why? Why not?
Direct sequels.
Direct sequels are bad. Really? Direct sequels are not good, or these are unnecessary direct sequels. What does that mean? More importantly, notice what he showed there. And again, I don't like the movie at all.
Spin-off.
But oh god, it doesn't go back. But what does he show?
Over the last half decade, unnecessary remakes, prequels, sequels, direct.
This is direct sequels. Unnecessary direct sequels. This is Star Wars. Oh my god, I literally just forgot the fucking name of it. Hold on, I gotta go through them. New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, Force Awakens. Jesus, took me a second. All right, this is Force Awakens. Why? This is literally what you want. You're a comic book guy. Like, you don't want a new Wolverine comic to come out. You don't want a new Star Wars movie to come out. This is a new series. Just because it turned out bad, does that mean that the idea or it wasn't unnecessary? It just didn't work for various reasons. There's nothing wrong with making, and again, this is, you might say, oh, I'm taking this too far, but and maybe he's just misspeaking, and this is just kind of a bad word. But again, this is the problem, is that they want to create, by using this word unnecessary, is that these things are not valid, not good, intrinsically, and somehow they are violations of a sacred thing. Like, again, these things should not exist. These things shouldn't exist. They are unnecessary. And by that, again, there's this extension that, okay, so do you not want The Force Awakens to exist? Do you not want any of these things to exist? Yeah. Okay, well, one, half your channel disappears, because I have no doubt that you scroll back, you'll probably find at least 60, like probably 20, 30 videos bitching about the new trilogy. And again, I've talked shit about the new trilogy endlessly. I fucking hate it. But the what I've seen now is this kind of weird retroactive, like, closing off of these things should never have existed. What Hollywood produces is bad. What Hollywood produces is evil. And it starts really getting into, like, genuinely these things are a form of evil, a form of badness that must be excised and destroyed, and the people who create these things must be excised and destroyed. There is this extremism that underlines this kind of, and again, because it's so casual, that's what it is at this point, they've done this for so long, and they've wrapped themselves up so deeply into this that these things are now just normalized to them. Their extremism is normalized.
Sequels, spin-offs, midquels, interquels, intraquels, standalone sequels, paraquels, sidequels, legacy sequels, soft reboots, requels, reboots, spiritual.
Wait, now here's the thing. How is Fantastic Four a reboot? I saw this because I watched it for a little bit.
Legacy sequels, soft reboots, requels, reboot.
How is Fantastic Four a reboot? This is the new Fantastic Four movie. How is this a reboot? Would this be classified as a reboot? Because normally when you say a reboot, let's just make sure my brain is not going crazy here. I gotta move this here. What is the definition of a reboot? A movie reboot, in the context of film or television, refers to the process of restarting a franchise or character story with a clean slate, often discarding previous continuity and storylines. Okay, so yeah, that's what I thought. A reboot is a restarting of it. So again, much like Batman Begins is a reboot of but here's my thing. This is the first Marvel Disney Fantastic Four, right? Because everything previous to this, the original Fantastic Four movie and Fantastic Four Silver Surfer, or whatever the fuck was called, I think it was Silver Surfer. Um, aren't those Sony? Like they were kind of Marvel, but they were Sony, and I don't think like they weren't really a part of the universe for the most part. Now, I know Deadpool kind of pulled in Johnny Storm as played by Chris Evans, but and I suppose that's kind of true, but again, multi-universe, like this isn't so much a reboot as I'm not sure if I would call it like an and more importantly, is it an unnecessary reboot? Like they have the property, they haven't really released one. Like they have all these things. Why can't they tell stories about these characters? Why is this we're inundated with all of these things that are unnecessary or terrible or bad reboots? This is a reboot. It's not a reboot. It's literally telling a Fantastic Four story. Like how is it again? I want you to, even if you agree, disagree, it doesn't matter. What I want you to think about is there's a degree of illogical, irrational, reactionary nature to this. To and illogical and irrational reactions to natural and normal uh, fictions. They're just it's strange that this is so weird. And again, we've barely got 30 seconds into it. So we're gonna speed through this a bit more, but it's really I want you guys to really pay attention to how constant the laying the groundwork of how much all this shit is bad and shit and terrible and reboots and sequels and all these things are terrible and stupid, but there isn't really a direct explanation or reason why it's stupid because there's plenty of work in fiction that you might find that are sequels, reboots, remakes, prequels, integrals, mid sequels, whatever you will, continual sequels, whatever you will. There's plenty of movies or things out there that are not bad or not immediately evil that technically function like that. So why? Why are we going on this rant of, oh, we're being inundated with all these things? Well, some of them are good, some of them are bad.
Spiritual successors.
Spiritual successors. Okay, now he's bringing up this one. Now, I know you guys might not recognize this, but this is the Man from U.N.C.L.E. movie that was 10 years ago? Plus? More? When was Man from U.N.C.L.E. actually released? Now that I'm a little curious about that, actually. I should just keep this window open and small. Man from U.N.C.L.E. Again, I think it's like the Man from U.N.C.L.E. 2015. So yeah, about 10 fucking years ago. So, oh yeah, 10 years ago, you got a spiritual reboot, revitalization of a series. So, is Man from U.N.C.L.E. good or bad? Just because it's a sequel or a prequel or a spiritual successor does not mean it's good or bad. Oh, we're getting all these things. Half the people, I would say probably 90% of the people who watched A Man from U.N.C.L.E. didn't know A Man from U.N.C.L.E. was a TV show unless somebody actually told them or they read a review and said, "Oh, by the way, hey, yeah, this was originally a TV show in the 60s." The vast majority of people who watched this movie, whether they liked it or disliked it, had no goddamn realistic clue prior to this or any connection to the previous medium. So who fucking cares? Half the people who have heard the song Hurt by Johnny Cash don't realize that it was written originally by Nine Inch Nails. The song Hurt, I Hurt Myself Today. You know, that Johnny Cash thing that's was popular on YouTube and various other fucking media for a while. People are constantly posting it up or talking about it. Yeah, you probably even heard it on the radio. Yeah, Johnny Cash's Hurt. That song was written by Nine Inch fucking Nails. You didn't know that. Most people don't, unless, and again, the reason you might know it is because it was such a strange, shocking revelation. People didn't like realize that they're hearing the song, oh, it's amazing, or whatever. And like, oh yeah, by the way, it's actually a Nine Inch Nails thing. Starts up and now it spreads like wildfire. Now people's awareness includes this aspect. But again, the majority of people engaging this don't know. So why do we care? And again, this was 10 fucking years ago. And also, Man from U.N.C.L.E. is not a bad movie. I don't think it's the greatest movie ever, but maybe it's just me. I think it's a decent enough movie. It's fun, at the very least.
Spiritual sequels. Now, what the hell is a standalone sequel? No idea, but let's talk about one more entry into the creative bankruptcy verse. Hell, maybe it'll be good.
But again, hey, maybe it'll be good. And I know you're writing this from after the thing and you already have come to the conclusion that it's bad or whatever, but it's just kind of like, oh, the bankruptcy universe, and maybe it'll be good.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
I don't know.
It's time for some more Alien, or to be more specific, Disney's Alien.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no, not again.
The last entry was Disney's Alien Romulus, a film a lot of people liked, but I didn't.
So again, Romulus. I think Romulus is okay. It was kind of fine, but here's his critique of it.
Last entry was Disney's Alien Romulus, a film a lot of people liked, but I didn't. I equated it to a greatest hits album done by a horrible cover band. The Gen Xenomorph versus Gen Z. But
again, Gen Z. What about this was Gen Z? What is so Gen Z? What cultural or what cultural or aesthetic aspects of Gen Z were present in Romulus? What was present there? What made this what? Because they were young people? So does that mean that like they're younger people, so every single slasher movie is that generation's is plagued by that generation? Well, maybe, but it just seems like, what about Gen Z is this? How is this Gen Z? I know, okay, well, he's just making a passive like little attack on it, but the passive little attack has nothing to do with the fucking movie. It has purely to do with a weird culture war politics. I hate the newer generation of people and the media they create. But this wasn't made by Gen Z people necessarily. It was acted by, and I'm not even sure if they would be Gen Z, but maybe they are. They might be young enough or around that area to be Gen Z. But what? Because they're young? This was the same kind of thing to where people were bitching and complaining about like the 70s Alien movie, the original Alien movie, for having a bunch of hippies and fucking goddamn hippies. Where's John Wayne and the classic beauties? Where's, Humphrey Bogart? Where's old Bogey? Why isn't he in this movie? Like, what the fuck are you talking? What? And this isn't the science fiction of my day that was clean cut and everybody was wearing lab coats and ties and the women were secretaries where they needed to be. What, you have this pilot? A pilot who's a female played by a Sigourney Weaver? That's just so unrealistic and stupid. nobody would ever have a female pilot on one of those ships. Back in my day, like, what are we doing here? And again, you might say, oh, he's just making a passing comment. Why are you taking so much? The problem is that this passing comment has nothing to do with the movie. So my question is like, if you did a review on this and you hated it, why don't you just simply make an actual passing comment to a thing that is actually hateable about this? And then you might go, well, if his review probably said it was like Gen Z and he hated it because it's got Gen Z styles and Gen Z kind of aesthetics. One, does that necessarily make it bad or good? And two, I'm going to be honest, I saw the movie. I just don't see Gen Z in there. Like, this might be a really hard projection on his point. And again, it shows a problem with the reviewer. It says more about the reviewer than it does about the movie. And again, that might be my next big thing that always remember when you're criticizing or watching any review, even my stuff, is that the review says more about the reviewer than the thing being reviewed. This is not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. Not good or bad, but simply fact. Again, you are watching opinion. So again, this doesn't necessarily tell you anything objective or even broadly subjective, we might say. All it tells you is what this person feels. And it's important to remember that, again, you can like somebody, like what they say, and also like a movie that they don't like. And here's the thing. You can like somebody talking shit about a game that you like or a movie that you like that they hate, and you can like them, you can like their review, and like the game. But notice how each one of those things has to be separated. Especially the liking the review and liking the game. Because you are engaging in the review not as a review of the product, you're engaging in the review as a product itself. It doesn't matter what they were reviewing, you like them. Case in point, this goes way back into the day, but I remember Yahtzee reviewing Demon Souls, and I think he's done it with like Dark Souls, he's done it with the Souls-like games before, and for the most part, if you watch any of Yahtzee's reviews, remember old Yahtzee, fast talking, angry, no punctuation Yahtzee, he's constantly just shitting on the game and talking shit about the games to a certain degree, and sometimes he'll even talk about good stuff in it, but oftentimes he's being very hyperbolic, funny, and he's talking shit about, Demon Souls or Dark Souls or something like that. And I loved the game at the time, and I also loved his review because I thought it was funny, and I thought he did bring up good, sincere, there was a grain of truth, and it was presented in a hyperbolic and funny manner. The grain of truth exists, and I acknowledge to the grain of truth, but I also was able to separate out just naturally that this is being said in hyperbole. Is it bad, as he says, as the hyperbole says? No, it's not. However, there is a degree, aspect of frustration that can happen with this, and he's simply pointing out the frustration that is going to naturally occur. Just kind of like, again, a comedian making fun of their kids being annoying. Is it annoying? Yes. Is this annoyance bad? No. It is 100% natural, normal, and in fact, it's probably good overall, if you were to really think about it, for kids to be annoying, for kids to be intrusive, because it's them practicing and working on communication skills, and obviously they're not going to be amazing at them, so the more they practice, the better they get. So the annoyance factor, like, yeah, of course they're not going to be great at it, but they need to still be doing it, so I'm perfectly fine with them not being good at a thing. So, but let's continue.
This one's going to be totally different because it's Disney's Alien Earth, which is Gen Z versus a Gen Xenomorph.
Like, I'm sorry, look, do you just want 40-year-old people playing this? Like, I might just, I have always wanted a more middle-aged kind of actors in a kind of a thing to a certain degree, actors and actresses, and focusing on adults. But at the same time, like, so you're gonna have young people in the film. That doesn't make it bad or good. And especially if you want to, like, hey, this is a project where we want to bring in new actors and actresses. We want to bring in new people and work on them and build their careers and give them opportunities and give them products, and they might be good and bad, and I want them to spread their, I want them, I don't just want to always cast the same old fuck in a fucking show. Who care? Oh, it's Gen Z. Again, notice this. There is no real logic to this. This is why, again, it's not necessarily bad, but it's important to understand. These things are priming you to dislike a thing for completely illogical reasons. There is no good logic behind, or objective, or any kind of, again, subjective logic. There is no good analysis or perspective behind this shit take.
And it's not a movie, it's a streaming series on Hulu, which is soon going to absorb Disney Plus, but renamed Disney Plus because Disney doesn't want to admit that D Plus failed. Now, I can't say my hopes were high for Alien Earth, but I was at least intrigued because it was going to be written and some episodes directed by Noah Hawley, who admittedly has done some good work with Fargo in the first 2 seasons of Legion.
And again, this, like, is admittedly, why do you have to admit that? Like, it feels like, why is admitting someone does good work so strange and forced? Why is this of noteworthy? Oh, admittedly, he's done good work. What? And again, you might be saying I'm overly focusing on this, on the language and the words he's using, but that's me. I'm an English professor. I'm a literature professor. This is what I do. And I think the way you communicate things says a lot about the core of it. Again, you're using language to communicate the idea. I'm going to understand the idea by understanding the language you're using, explicitly and implicitly, what you are trying to say to me. Admittedly, he's done good work. Why do you have to admit this? You could just say, and I was excited for this. You notice the difference here. Let's hear what he says.
By Noah Hawley, who admittedly has done some good work with Fargo in the first 2.
Who has admittedly done some good work with Fargo and the first 2 seasons of Legion. Compare that to, and is made by X, who has done good work in the past, who has done some really good work with Fargo and with the first 2 Legions of. Notice there's a difference in tone. There's a difference in approach here. Now, again, he's already telling you, I don't like this thing. Okay. But here's the thing. I can say X person has done good work, has done great work with these things. This is not a great work. I don't need to admit it. I don't need to, like, this feels like a kind of this weird side thing. Like, you have 2 sides where, like, this is the opposition, and, like, oh, these are the forces of Hollywood, and yeah, I gotta, okay, fine, I'll admit that this guy's pretty good. I'll admit that LeBron's pretty good on this basketball team, but, like, it feels like this weird sportsmanship, us versus them thing, always in there. People do good work and people do bad work.
Seasons of Legion. Unfortunately, he also made the 3rd and final season of Legion. So are we going to get Fargo Noah Hawley or Legion Season 3 Noah Hawley? But before we even start, we already run into a bit of a problem. Alien Romulus was actually a sequel to a prequel, and a prequel to a sequel
Okay. So, we're going to take a small little break here. My apologies. I got to go check on the dogs real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Having to deal with the dogs, that's fine. We good on the dogs. They're happy. All right. So, here's the thing. All right. So, yeah, the timeline is kind of messy, but here's the thing I don't really give a shit about. Is that I don't really give a shit about timeline. Unless there is something that happens in the timeline that ruins or breaks the timeline of other things, which I just don't know and don't think it will. Now, what do I mean by that? Like, the timeline of any kind of series, especially when you have something like, again, whining about this, like, especially when you're like a comic books nerd, is a bit fucking rich. Seeing how comic books, the timeline and or understanding of how series connect and don't connect to each other is like some kind of fucking insane Rosetta Stone. There's no way you're figuring out any of this shit anytime soon. So, who gives a shit? Like, seriously, who gives a shit? Would be my biggest kind of complaint. Like, okay, so Prometheus comes before Covenant, which comes before Earth, which came before Alien, which comes before Alien Romulus, which comes before Aliens. But here's the thing, and this, you might be frustrated, this from a nerd standpoint, certainly, and the frustration of timelines. At the same time, I don't give a shit. This could be 1827. I don't fucking care. I know that this isn't reality, and I also know that this is a fictional universe, an alternate universe in many ways. It's based on our reality to some degree, but at the same time not. And we know it's not, because 2093, there's fucking David running around. And I guarantee you, we are not going to have synthetics like David in fucking 60 years. I'm sorry, 70 years. We're not going to have it in 70 fucking years. We're not. That's not going to happen. Not like David. Not even fucking close. We're not going to have international space travel of any kind in 70 years. I'm not international. Well, we won't have that either. But we won't have like interplanetary or intersystem travel. Solar system style travel or outer space beyond our solar system travel in 70 years. We're not. So, fuck off. That's my thing. Like, unless there's something narratively wrong, like something happens in Alien Earth that makes no sense in the Alien timeline, I don't care. Unless there's something desperately wrong there. This kind of confusion, this kind of weirdness, this is just normal. This is normal. Like, again, why is this particular element, which has been a thing in the medium for generations, bad in this particular instance? Why? Does he explain this? Let's see.
Making it a midquel, or was it? Technically, it was an interquel, a type of midquel that bridges the gap between two previously published stories. For example, a movie that occurs after the first movie, but before the second movie in the series. Alien Earth is set before Alien, making it a sequel to a prequel and a prequel to the original, which would still make it a sequel in this case, making Alien Earth a true midquel, a story set within the time frame of an existing work, specifically between two already published stories.
That's fine. And again, I don't think they're somewhat made up terms, but it's fine. Midquel is, and again, the sequel, prequel, midquel. This is another also thing. This obsession with continuity and respect to the original and true thing like it just seems somewhat obsessive. Like, I can kind of understand this, but at the same time, like when does Friday the 13th part fucking 18 take place when it comes to the other Friday the 13th? And oh, this technically this violates this thing, and hey, this wasn't true, and this one and that one, and why is this messing up the lore of this? It's like, dude, it's a fucking slasher movie. Why are you trying to treat this so goddamn special when the people who are creating it are not? Just because you obsess over this does not make it more special than it is, and it does not force the people who are making it to have to abide by the rules that you have arbitrarily decided to set up to explain the inconsistencies or the world building of the fiction. Not necessarily even the rules that have been set up by the author. Now, again, I can argue for and against this on both sides, but I think that there's an obsession that really is harming people's ability to enjoy media, especially when it comes to this. You're more interested in being angry than you are being entertained, because the anger is entertaining.
Or during a time skip within a single work. And based what I saw on the trailer, it looks like they were at least gonna do something different, like finally going to Earth. Hell, maybe this will be loosely based on the excellent comic from Dark Horse, Alien Earth War. And I gotta say, Noah Hawley and Disney are really breaking some ground with this one, because we're gonna see a xenomorph take on something it's never fought before, a skinny brunette woman. To be fair,
Again, I don't know why you got to point that out. So, again, this is something that, again, I don't want to overly say this, but I do feel like this. Oh my word. I do feel like there's been a slow drip of misogynistic content in here. Is that, oh, fighting against a small brunette woman, there's always that. It's like this, I mean, I guess, but if it was a guy, like, would you still bitch about it if it was just a dude? Like, I don't know. Would you not? Does it matter? Is this at all bad? I don't know. It just feels like, why are you paying attention to this particular thing? Why are you so obsessive with it?
they tried to introduce some new things and concepts into the live action Alien franchise, meaning the movies and now TV show, because they've done virtually all of this in other media. In the text opening the show, mind you, this takes place 2 years before Alien, it explains there are now cyborgs, synths, and hybrids, which are synths with a human consciousness.
Yeah, and again, you could say, "Oh, well, it takes place 2 years." Yes, but it's not the same movie. It's not the same director. It's not the same thing. This adherence, this absolute obsession with paying respect to the original. It has nothing to do with paying respect to the original. It has to do with paying respect, in this case, to your obsession. And again, I can be this way to a certain degree. And I do believe that this is not completely invalid. But I do not agree with the hyperbole and this weird constant need to do this. You can make a passing thing like this, if you are watching these things and looking for some kind of continuity of technology, you probably won't find it. But at the same time, it's not really necessary, because the continuity of the technology is not the primary thrust of the entertainment of this. It might be for obsessive fucking collectors and, again, nerds to a certain degree, so you may do that. But I think it's important to tell your audiences, like, look, would you, the average person, give a rat's ass about this? No. I'm going to, because I am an obsessive kind of personality when it comes to these things. But you won't care. It won't matter that much.
What about the alien? They didn't mention that in the text. Again, we introduce a new environment, Earth. About the alien since.
So we have this text here, and he's talking about these texts. So in the future, their race for immortality comes in three guises: cybernetically enhanced humans, cyborgs, artificially intelligent beings, synths, and then synthetic beings downloaded with human consciousness, hybrids. This is the new thing they're adding here. Okay, so that's the text starting right there.
And hybrids, which are synths with a human consciousness. What about the alien? They didn't mention that in the text.
Why would they need to? Like, this is what they're all looking for, is that it's a story. We've had stories that are dealing primarily just with the alien. So why can't we have a story in the alien universe that uses this backdrop and the setting of Alien to discuss not only the alien, but also discuss other features of the universe? I thought nerds liked this when you would look at not just the main storytelling, but looking at the world building aspect by having stories that follow around not just the main theme, but like these sub themes in these smaller kind of aspects. Why not? Why does it need to mention or focus on the alien? We know what the fucking alien is at this point. Why would it need to mention there? Maybe that's another secret thing. Maybe that's a reveal that happens later on, is that is the secret fourth one. The secret fourth search for immortality is that some of them, maybe it's Wayland, Yutani, whatever these companies, actually wants to use this not just as a biological weapon, but wants to use the alien and possibly use it to create biological hybrids. Maybe that's the big reveal and the kind of ending thing, is that that's going to be the fourth way of trying to find immortality and whatever is through the interspecies biological thing.
Again, we introduce a new environment, Earth, and they introduce new alien species. And conceptually, I'm down with all of this. I mean, it seems like you're putting too much into an 8-episode series.
Why? Why is it too much? This is another common critique that people say. It's like, it's too much. There's too much in here. It's too bloated. And again, I can understand how that works, and I can explain, depending on whatever the medium it is, why and how it is too much. But oftentimes this is just the shorthand. It's too much. Well, you could technically use that same argument to say, like, okay, bringing up blasters, robots, aliens, and the Force, and lightsabers, and all of this other shit into Star Wars, it's too much. We're bringing in weird kind of spiritual fucking like Zen monk wizards, and we're having lasers. It's too much. What is fucking too much? What is too little? What becomes overburned? Well, they need to tell, in just 8 episodes, they need to tell everything about this? No, you don't need to tell everything about anything. Almost nothing was explained about the Force in the original trilogy of Star Wars. And honestly, that's kind of for the best. Because the more they spent time explaining it, the worse it kind of got. So you're like this, oh, this is too much. What? Do you want them to like spend 8 episodes talking about this one thing and detailing an obsessive manner? Again, that's just going to give more opportunities for you to bitch and moan about them doing it the way you don't want it to be done. Not necessarily that it's not a valid way of doing it, you just wanted it done differently. Again, notice again, at the core of this, there's kind of a empty critique. Or there's a problem here to like this, or it's a critique that would apply to literally every single piece of medium in existence, and especially apply to the mediums and the media and the pieces of fiction that he would hold up as standards of good quality.
I think all three of those things would make great individual shows, particularly the one where you're transitioning a human consciousness into a
I noticed the weird degree of transphobia. Transitioning said with irony. Again, what was the need for this? Oh, because we hate woke people, we hate progressives, we hate trans people, we dislike all of these things. And notice how disgusting and stupid these things are and how much we dislike them. Notice this is what we called, this is, again, a dog whistle. Why? That are transitioning. Why? Why did you need to, why? The show, and I've watched the 2 episodes, the show has no fucking transgender kind of ideological things in there. And if you're seeing them, you are projecting them. I do not see anything when it comes to transgenderism or any kind of transgender or gender theory at all when it comes to the aspect of transferring one's consciousness into another thing. This has been a feature for fucking in fiction forever and has nothing to do with transgenderism. So why is transitioning being said? Why? Because it's a cheap fucking joke to poke fun. This is why it is transphobia. There is nothing about transgenderism right there, but you needed to make sure to signal to them to mock this. For again, because it sounds like transgenderism. This is what we mean when we say things like, oh, these people are sexist. And you might go, well, or sexist or transphobic. And you might say, well, no, maybe they're not. Yeah, this is kind of what it is. Sorry.
a robot body and call it Blade Runner. Oh, on second thought, considering its current era, don't. Which it's too late because we're already going to get an unnecessary Blade Runner.
Again, what is this unnecessary? Was Blade Runner, what is it, 2077, 2064, whatever the fuck it was, the one with Ryan Gosling that we're showing here, was that unnecessary? Maybe, but was it bad? No, it was a good movie. It was a fine movie, fun movie. I think it did a good enough job kind of keeping the themes and the ideas of the original Blade Runner and expanding on them a little bit. I think it's a perfectly fine within the universe. So, do we need a sequel? No, but we don't need anything. This is not a need thing. Where is this need coming from? Again, this is this weird, obsessive, possessive, weirdly controlling kind of impulse. Is this bad or good? I don't know, but you're already predetermining it's bad because you're saying it's unnecessary.
Sequel, and once again, there is only one Blade Runner film. Sure, there are 3 versions of it, but there's still only one. But unfortunately, so...
And again, there's only one Blade Runner because I'm sure he hates the new one for whatever reason. And again, there's only one Blade Runner film. No, there's multiple. You don't say, oh, there's only one Blade Runner film. The other one is illegitimate. No, it's not illegitimate. It is a Blade Runner film. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not legitimate or doesn't mean it's not a thing. It's just weird. Just, it's so, when you really want to break it down, this just feels off. You know? It feels off, and it should feel off to you.
So far, that's what Alien Earth is. A robot show guest starring an alien. And those good ideas, well, at least so far.
See, again, there's two episodes out of it. Of this. I think the third one is actually releasing today. There's only 2 episodes. And yes, they're looking primarily at the robot thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Just because it's set in the alien universe doesn't mean that the alien needs to be 100% front and center, especially because, quite frankly, this is what people who are aware of your guys' bullshit, they're doing this because they know you know the aliens so well. You don't need it explained. You don't need it explored. You don't need it talked about. And in fact, I would prefer this because at this point, the vast majority, even the common audience, knows Alien. They know the alien, they know the xenomorph, they know the facehugger, they know this shit. So spending a movie and focusing entirely on that is probably just going to be retreading over the same fucking ground we've seen half a dozen fucking times. So why not in a TV show where you can have 8 episodes, 8 hours of content, because each episode's about an hour long, 8 hours of content, why not spend a couple of hours talking about the other shit? Talking about things that are not explicitly about the alien, talking about the politics of again, this is like bitching about Dune going off and talking about the politics and the issues of spice or the various houses or whatever. It's like, no, but that's what makes the universe interesting. That's literally filling in the gaps. Are you going to bitch about how J.R.R. Tolkien fucking talks about music and fucking language for endless goddamn paragraphs in the original Lord of the Rings? Are you going to bitch and moan about that? Are you going to bitch and moan when he starts talking about the ancient history of some fucking settlement in the middle of fucking nowhere, Gondor? Who gives a flying fuck? No, because guess what? People do care because it helps make the world feel real, because there's thousands of stories that have happened that are each worthy of a movie that people are barely touching upon or finding the remnants of or setting the groundwork for to happen. You can imagine all these things. So all this stuff, like, yeah, guess what? They're looking at this advanced program that one of these newer companies is using as this is their next leap to take control of the corporate wars, to get that leg up on the rest of them, and for other personal reasons and not. This is important, and it's happening alongside with the alien thing. And again, it's a robot movie. Yes, the first 2 episodes focuses a decent amount on the robots, but it also focuses a lot about, again, the alien, and especially the corporate wars that are happening, and how the alien is being kind of utilized or wants to be utilized, and the technology, the biological research behind the alien is something that Weyland-Yutani wants. So again, it's taking that thread that was already established in the first Alien. Remember, Weyland-Yutani, crew is expendable. Bring us back this thing. This is the most important thing. We don't give a shit about the crew. It's taking that thread of, wow, these corporations are evil and terrible, and these corporations want this, are so obsessed with getting this, and it's making that a feature. The various corporations and their various attempts and strategies to one up each other, to the oftentimes the cost and the detriment of the people around, the lower people. The crew is expendable. Humanity is expendable. That's a great theme to work with, and it's 100% within the Alien universe. And the Alien does feature pretty heavily within the first 2 episodes. This is just kind of, in many ways, this is just misinforming and kind of lying to you by saying that, oh, it focuses primarily on the cyborg stuff, but it doesn't.
Alien Earth is, a robot show guest starring an alien. And those good ideas, well, at least so far in the first 2 episodes, let's just gloss over them. They're not important. No, instead of exploring those good ideas, the showrunners thought it was a better use of the show, but there's still only one. But unfortunately, so far, that's what Alien Earth is, a robot show.
And he says they glide over the ideas. Remember, what were the ideas he brought up?
Make great individual shows, particularly the one where you're transition.
Ideas of synthetics, of the hybrid, of cyborgs, and then the hybrids. So he says that it's a robot show, primarily dealing with these ideas, and focusing on them. It's too much to do in one season. But then,
considering its current, once again,
he later says
Still
that
only one. But unfortunately, so far, that's what Alien Earth is. A robot show guest starring an alien. And those good ideas, well, at least so far in the first 2 episodes, let's just gloss over them. They're not important.
at least in the first 2 episodes, let's just gloss over them. So it's a robot show that focuses primarily upon these 3 concepts: the hybrid, the cyborg, and the synthetics, which feature heavily. All 3 of them feature quite heavily in this show in the first 2 episodes. So it's a robot show that features and primarily has all that, and having those things is way too much to have. But it primarily focuses on those 2 things within the first 2 episodes, so much so that it sidelines the alien. But then it also glosses over those ideas. How the fuck is this making sense to anybody? How the hell? How do you satisfy this person? Make it make sense. Think about that. So it's too much for a season. So, okay, let's just say maybe it could be too much, but let's say you could. If you had something this broad and this is a big thing, wouldn't you primarily focus on this? Like, okay, yeah, I'm going to focus a lot of this in the episodes, the synthetic, the hybrid, the cyborg. Okay. So, and also because these are the newest ideas that you're introducing to an established universe where everyone knows the alien, would it make sense that the first episodes probably focus primarily upon these 3 things, especially the newest one, which is the hybrid? And maybe the secondly is the cyborg, and then thirdly is the synthetic. We've seen synthetics, we understand synthetics to a certain degree. We haven't seen much of the cyborgs, and we definitely haven't seen the hybrids. So it makes sense that the first few episodes probably are going to be dealing with this, and that a good chunk of the show will be dealing with talking about these things. Now, he says it's impossible to do too much. It's too much to cover. Let's ignore that for a second, and let's just say you understand that there's a lot to cover. You're going to focus primarily on these things. Then he says, oh, it's a robot show where the alien is just kind of a side character. Well, of course. You want to talk about these ideas, and you like these ideas so much. You literally said they were interesting things to deal with. But they're really big ideas. If they're interesting ideas and they're really big ideas, that means they're going to have to take up more room. Which means that the thing that people already know, i.e. the alien, is going to be less featured. It's just going to be featured less in this moment. It's less of a feature and more of a world building kind of thing for the new things to play off of. Okay, but then he says, they're glossed over. The fuck you mean they're glossed over? How can you, in one sentence previously, bitch about how it's a robot movie? Let's hear.
But unfortunately, so far, that's what Alien Earth is. A robot show guest starring an alien.
A robot show guest starring an alien. How can you bitch about that? And then literally the next sentence.
And those good ideas, well, at least so far in the first 2 episodes, let's just gloss over them. They're not important.
And I know I'm cutting him off right here, but maybe he'll explain a bit later. But notice again, this just rapid fire, just 180-degree nonsensical turn here. How can it be that the show is a robot show with guest alien, but also the ideas, which are the robots, the interesting ideas, I should say, are glossed over. So it's a robot show focusing on the robots and the ideas around the robots, these things, at least in a personal sense. And it's also only 2 fucking episodes. So your first criticism is it's too much. to do, but also robot show. So it's just like, well, you can't be satisfied. It's too much to do in 8 episodes, all of the robot, interesting robot aspects. These interesting ideas are too much to do in 8 episodes. But their attempt to do so, by focusing primarily on the robots and less on the alien, which would try to solve this problem by focusing on these things rather than on this thing, you're then saying somehow they're glossed over. How the fuck is that? If this statement is true, it's a robot show with guest alien, and it primarily focuses on the robot show and the transitioning, as you say, the interesting ideas. How is this not contradictory to this? Does he explain? Let's see.
No, instead of exploring those good ideas, the showrunners thought it was a better use of their time within the series to have a bunch of malnourished, awkwardly feminine to slightly Canadian twinks slowly walking around hallways and occasionally getting picked.
So, instead of dealing with those ideas, they have, and again, I love the weird entertainment, like,
As the showrunners thought it was a better use of their time with
a better use of their time.
the series to have a bunch of malnourished, awkwardly feminine to slightly Canadian twinks.
What's this awkwardly, again, misogyny and transphobia, just more, always. Oddly feminine. Who's oddly feminine? Twinks. What, because they're not muscly bound? Half the fucking guys, half the Marines and aliens weren't these muscle bound fucking people. Again, they were guys and girls, or a couple girls. Like, I know they're skinny. Okay. Younger people aren't bulky. What do you want? What the fuck do you want? What do you want? And again, it's just, okay, so instead of focusing on those ideas, what does focus mean to these people? What do you just want people sitting? Do you want kind of sitting in a room philosophizing about the nature of being a person? I mean, you can have that, but like, here's the thing: they also want to make a alien, so they need to do both. They also need to make an alien show, because it is an alien show. So it's a robot show with interesting ideas, but it doesn't focus on the interesting ideas because it wants to do the alien show of people in a ship walking about, being stalked, being hunted, being killed, and the tension that comes about from an alien style show to where you're in a specifically isolated, closed off environment like a ship or a building, and you're technically trapped in there being hunted. That standard, again, kind of motif of the alien like show. So it's an alien show where the alien is guest star, and it focuses on the robots, which are interesting ideas, but the robot ideas are glossed over because it wants to focus on the alien show, which means that the alien would be more central to the overall theme and ideas and concepts here. But like, you could maybe say there's some degree of messiness, and I could maybe see that. But again, I watched the first 2 things. It deals with this. Again, yes, it doesn't sit there and just have hours of monologue just talking about these ideas, but it does talk about them in various ways and people's motivations and the differences between these aspects. Again, then there's a talk between one of the psychiatrists for these hybrids and the boy genius, the head who's making them. There's this kind of talk with it that delves into it a little bit, and there's some passive stuff. Like, there's this difference between just explicit exposition and kind of passive storytelling, and primarily is trying to deal with these interesting ideas in a more passive storytelling kind of way. The primary thing is it's an alien show where you have these robots and various things. Again, it's just not going to explicitly do a ton of these things all at once, because maybe they're right. It is too much to do. So they're not trying to solve all the issues. They're not trying to do everything with the interesting ideas. They're just presenting them a little bit, much like how, again, the companies being evil corporations that don't care about people is not 100% the focus and talked about all the time in Alien, but it is a idea that does have narrative movement and effect. Just like I'm sure these interesting ideas will be brought up, they won't be fully fleshed out, but they will be used as interesting counteractives to a primary kind of alien show, something to build off of or think about.
Slowly walking around hallways and occasionally getting picked off by a xenomorph who's now acting like Michael Myers. And that's what's surprising about
a xenomorph now acting like a Michael Myers. The xenomorph has always been, and I love that, like, that just feels like, are you actually a fan? The alien is acting too violent and aggressive. Really? Have you seen the other Alien movies? Any of them? Or read the Alien comics? Or any of them? It's kind of the way they are. Now, do I think it kind of goes a little over the top with the extreme alien just fucking dicing people up and just exploding people into giblets all over the place? Maybe a little bit, but it's kind of fun. Like, it's a very deadly alien that is very, very aggressive, certainly. But it's just, that's not a criticism. That's not, oh, this is bad. That's just an observation of, yeah, okay, they're making the alien very, very aggressive in this, which is fine. It doesn't break the lore. It doesn't break anything.
this. It's amateurish. Sure, the sets look great, just like with Alien Romulus, but unlike that movie, the practical effects are just okay and the CGI is a mess. But what's worse is the
CGI is a mess and the practical effects are okay. I know he can't really show, but like, again, detailing us, what do you mean? Like, okay, hopefully again, we got more minutes here, obviously a lot of time, 15 plus minutes. Hopefully he goes in more depth, because I didn't think the CGI was bad. I didn't notice anything really terrible with CGI. The practical effects seemed fine. Again, I didn't see anything that really wowed me, but I also didn't see anything that I would necessarily say is bad or amateurish. I'm genuinely trying to curious, like, how, and again, this is the difference between, like, you can nitpick something that is a problem, but then make it big. But then there's this, what I feel like is that they're taking things that are perfectly normal. This isn't bad. It's not necessarily good. It's not bad. It's just a feature of making a film, and they're trying to present it as bad. Like, oh, they don't explain exactly how the Force works. Well, that's not a nitpick. That is a refusal to suspend disbelief. That is a refusal to accept conceit. Movies and fiction oftentimes will ask you have to concede something about reality. Because they're going to ask you, hey, dragons exist. Well, dragons, how could they possibly fly? The bones would have to be hollow. They couldn't fly like this. Okay, shut the fuck up. I understand that. But here's the thing. For this to work, you have to get over a couple of objective reality things. One of them is magic doesn't exist, and neither do dragons. Once you do that, you also go, okay, this shape of dragon, it flies. How? Fucking shut up. Who gives a shit? It flies because it fucking flies. Because it has wings. Well, technically, the mass of this, shut up. This isn't a scientific realism fiction kind of thing. Or fantasy realism. It's literally like, look, there's a difference. I understand that sometimes a conceit can ask too much of you. But there, you have to be willing to concede. And this is kind of the thing here, is that oftentimes they'll look at narrative conceits, things that the narrative is saying it's neither wrong nor right to do this. It's simply saying, hey, you have to do this. And just taking the inconsistency, the illogic of the conceit according to normal rational logic, and then trying to present that like it's a flaw. Like, how does just saying expecto patronum, what if I say expecto protrudes, does it protrude or protrode? What does this mean? It's not even Latin. Like, it's trying to use Latin base and sound like Latin, but how does Harry Potter's, Expelliarmus, what does that mean? Like, it's not even Latin based. Like, you notice, like, well, hold on, that's besides the fucking point. Like, you just, that's such a minor, it's not even a nitpick. This isn't a problem with the story. This is you looking at the story, and for purely extraordinarily subjective, like, I don't like broccoli, not for any reason. I don't like it. It's not because it's bitter. It's not because of the shape or the texture. I just don't like it because I don't like it. There is no rationale that can be done here. You just are bitching about something.
That movie, the practical effects are just okay and the CGI is a mess. But what's worse is the directing and the editing. Noah Hawley tries to imitate Ridley Scott at times, and at other times it seems like Francis Ford Coppola, and fails miserably. But they're actually...
So, okay, we can maybe see that as a criticism. He will have to explain how and why it fails, because it's a mess, because sometimes he's trying to do Francis Ford Coppola and sometimes he's trying to do this. Well, one, I don't think he's necessarily trying to do Francis Ford Coppola. I think he's doing a various of styles, and some of that style you could technically see, okay, Francis Ford Coppola did this, but also other people have done this. So again, this is something that I found in a lot of nerd things, is that there's this weird kind of this weird obsession with authorial and authority focus, and this focus on ownership of things. This is this person's thing. This is my thing. This is this. This is that. Which, like, well, I mean, stylistically, yeah, you could maybe say this person is famous for this style or famous for this thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that these people are copying this. Again, we could see this actually, funny enough, with the previous reading we did. Ursula K. Le Guin. Everyone wants to say that she draws inspiration for her story and the kind of theme of The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelette from Dostoevsky, which she said herself, like, yeah, I read it, but it was like, when I read it, it was like 25, but that was not really on my mind at all when I was writing this. The thing that inspired me was this quote from William James. Now, it's the same kind of idea that is talked about in Dostoevsky, but it's also an idea, again, this is kind of parallel thinking, or ways in which you can do this. But nerds, especially this type of rage-baiting nerd, seems to focus on this weird authorial and authority and this ownership thing, to where if you don't do it exactly the way this person does it, which you can never do it because you're not that person, then somehow you're wrong or weird. It's like, oh, he's imitating Ridley Scott. Well, it is originally Ridley Scott thing. So while he wants to probably do his own style, he probably also, because he knows you nerds are obsessed with it, maybe he wants to make sure this feels like an Aliens movie, and Ridley Scott kind of made the Alien movie. So I might need to occasionally throw in scenes or maybe shots that are reminiscent of a Ridley Scott Aliens. What do you want? He's literally playing to the audience and the fans for these things. Oh, but he fails. Again, but you brought up how it's a mess because he tries to do Ridley Scott and then he tries to do Francis Ford Coppola, which I don't agree with, but let's just ignore that, because he tries to do two different directorial styles. But you would bitch if he didn't do the Ridley Scott thing, because then you say, well, it doesn't feel like a Aliens movie. I mean, Ridley Scott does all these things and kind of has created this atmosphere of blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And this guy completely does it differently. But then he does it and you go, oh, it's a mess. And it sucks. So even if it was good, the implication is that even if he did these things correctly, it would be still somewhat bad because it's messy.
CGI is a mess. But what's worse is the directing and the editing. Noah Hawley tries to imitate Ridley Scott at times, and at other times it seems like Francis Ford Coppola and fails miserably. But there actually is something worse than that. The exposition and the dialogue, which again, I'm surprised because in the past, Noah Hawley's been pretty good at that. The show starts out introducing you to the crew of the Totally Not Nostromo. No, this
So the exposition and the dialogue, again, I don't think the dialogue is that terrible. I'm going to be really curious of what he says about the dialogue. I don't think it's great necessarily. And it's the thing is that he's bringing this up, and I'm kind of going, that was remarkable enough in a negative or a positive to even bring up. All right.
the Weyland-Yutani USCSS Mag.
Again, it's totally not the Nostromo.
In the past, Noah Hawley's been pretty good at that. The show starts out introducing you to the crew of the Totally Not Nostromo.
What do you want? What do you want? You say in one breath things like, I love how the alien aesthetic and the Nostromo aesthetic and the kind of technology and the aesthetics of the original Alien movies were incorporated in like the video game, like Alien Isolation. I have no doubt that Nerdrotic and others probably loved aspects about that and kind of the aesthetics and how, it looks really great and wonderful, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This is a ship made by Weyland-Yutani, just like the ship the Nostromo was made by Weyland-Yutani. It's you know when companies make ships or make anything, oftentimes they will reuse assets, especially if it's a mass kind of manufacturing kind of thing. So this pod setup, this is their how many people are here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What, 8? 8? Why am I counting wrong? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What, an 8-man pod? I think it's about an 8-man pod. 1, 2, 3-ish, 4-ish. It's an 8. It's an 8-man pod, I think. So it's about an 8-man pod. Again, that's the Weyland-Yutani 8-man hypersleep pod, serial number 115828B7 in the C model variant. Like, it's going to look very similar because they're mass created. So, it's totally not the Nostromo. I'm sorry. Also, this is a very short little thing. We don't see a lot of this. And again, whether you like it or dislike it, and I kind of disliked it to a certain extent, the kind of flashing forward and the quickly, but they wanted to get, because these people don't matter. These people are gone within like 10, 15 minutes of the movie. They're gone. It doesn't matter. What we care about is the ship gets on Earth. This is just another expendable crew that got fucked over by Weyland-Yutani bringing the fucking alien back. We've seen this before. We don't actually need to see it all played out again and again and again and fucking again. So, again, yes, you see this, but again, this is paying homage. This is literally, hey, yeah, you remember these scenes, and you might say, oh, there's member berries, but it's not even that, like, because member berries would focus entirely on this and just constantly bring this up. This is literally just, no, this was a Weyland-Yutani ship. They sent him out. This is a standard kind of crew. You get sent out here. They all have their backstories. They all have their little things. But guess what? You're not going to hear anything about them because ultimately they are expendable. It doesn't matter. Maybe it's only 7. Maybe there isn't a, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe there isn't one in the back. Maybe there is one. Maybe there isn't. But I think it's an 8-man pod. But again, it doesn't. This doesn't. This bitching about, oh, it's totally not the Nostromo. It, okay, but like it. It's just you're just whiny because what? Because they're appealing to the fans a little bit. Like, yeah, it's a little bit of member berries. It's a little bit of that kind of bullshit, but it's not that terrible. And again, because it doesn't, the show isn't just all about that. I'm okay with a little bit of fan service. I'm okay with a little bit of callback. I'm fine with it.
No, this is the Weyland Yutani USCSS Magonaut and Disney Fox
Magano. Not Magonaut. It's Magano.
FX Hulu really wanted to remind you this is an alien show immediately, just in case you didn't get it in the title.
And again, so? Oh, it's trying to remind you it's an alien show. Like, this is like, and again, this is completely unfair because absolutely you are the same kind of dude who will gobble member berries balls when you decide you want to like a thing. There's nothing wrong here. Oh, it's trying to remind you that this is an alien film. Well, it's also reminding people who, yes, they're watching it, but like, they're not just going to cut this stuff out. Like, this is setup. This is getting into the field. This is like, every single book immediately needs to, if it's in a series, needs to pick up exactly where the last one left off. Like, no, usually in a book, in a series, no matter what, even if you're dealing with normal characters, you're going to have kind of that short, especially in the first chapter or so, or oftentimes you will have these little moments where somebody will be described. How many times have you probably seen, like, again, it can be sometimes annoying when you're watching and reading 10, 20 books in a row or something like that of the same series. But like, if there's a character in there, like if they mention like a major feature of this character is that they're tall and blonde and they're big, muscular, tall, blonde person, I guarantee you, the second book in the series, the fourth book in the series, when that character is introduced again, when that character walks back on scene, because maybe you're following around another main character or something like that, and then all of a sudden, oh, hey, there's Bob. Do you know what they're going to say? Do you know what the writer's going to do? Bob walks in, or all of a sudden, the massive blonde form of Bob steps in through the doorway, crouching slightly to avoid his head. His 7-foot mass, again, filling the door frame. They're going to say that, or some variation of that, a lot of fucking times. Every time do you know why? It's because it just makes you feel like, yeah, here it is. Remind you, this is what he looks like. This is what it feels like. This is the aesthetic and the general thing. This happens all the fucking time. Again, this is one of my biggest criticisms of a lot of this, is they take normal narrative fucking tropes and styles things, not even necessarily bad ones, just normal narrative techniques, and try to tell you they're bad. In this instance, it's just like this. Yes, there's some degree of laziness, perhaps, but at the same time, it wants you to know and feel this is an alien movie, because it might be doing new stuff pretty soon. If it started, because again, where the robots are being created, the hybrids, they're on like a beach facility or whatever, and the beach facility, the facility kind of looks a bit like the aesthetic of the movie, the original movies, but not so much. It's a different company, so they have different style. It's kind of that retro futuristic thing, but there's for the most part, it doesn't look a ton like an alien movie. If it started there and it doesn't have this aesthetic thing, it wouldn't feel like an alien movie for a while, and then you would bitch about that. Oh, it just starts like this, like you could watch this and The first 10, 15 minutes, you couldn't even tell me whether this was an alien show or some other random FX sci-fi thing. It just feels terrible. It feels like this person doesn't want you, it's like ashamed to be making an alien movie, so they're not even paying attention to it. They don't even want you to think about how this is in the alien universe. That's the kind of commentary that would happen if they didn't do this. There is no fucking winning with these people.
Remember the computer screen reflection in the helmet? Remember the hypersleep chamber?
Oh, I remember.
Remember the crew sitting around eating and smoking? Remember the two disgruntled working class grunts?
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember Yaphet Kotto?
What the going on with these member berries?
Turns out the Magaton is returning from a deep space mission, bringing back 5 alien species,
It's Magano. I understand you're not a particularly intelligent individual, but it's going to be Magano. If they're going to say Maganot, it's fucking ridiculous, and that's stupid beyond all measure. It's Magano. Do you know why? It's Maginot. Like the Maginot Line in World War I, II, in between World War II. The Maginot Line was a French defensive fortification built before World War II along the Germany border. This is post in the interwar period between World War I and World War II. It's Maginot. Maginot. Not Maginot. Maginot. Fucking hell. Sorry, that's going to bother me a little bit.
including a xenomorph, to Weyland-Yutani. Sure hope nothing bad happens to that ship. And
again, there's this kind of like, again, it's poking fun or like, I sure hope nothing bad happens to that ship. That's literally what do you, like, again, either way, no matter what, unless you just want a story that doesn't really, that is just kind of this weird drama science story that has nothing to do with any kind of action, and is just purely a weird research, like, doctor show. Yes, the alien's going to break out. So you can either break out on Earth in the science lab fucking experiment gone wrong, or it can break out in the fucking ship and then it crash lands. Either way, it's going to fucking happen. Why are you talking about and kind of getting this weird snitty, like, boy, I hope nothing happens to them. It's obvious something bad's going to happen. Yes. And it literally signposts that pretty explicitly throughout with these flashing cuts of, again, the crew dying, even as the crew is alive. It flash cuts, which is kind of a little bit of spoiler, and it get a little bit kind of annoying. But again, it doesn't try to trick you into thinking, oh, it's not like going to pull a reverse Uno. Ha, you thought these would be the main characters, but they're not. It's like, no, it's very explicit. These are all going to die. You know what happens, because this happens all the time. They do not respect this. It is a fucking dangerous and crew expendable bullshit. We've seen this before. I'm not even going, I'm going to give you the idea of it because we know this is how this shit happens all the time with Weyland-Yutani, but I'm also not going to focus too much on it.
then, by the way, there's a lot of and thens in this. We transition to a child transitioning into an adult robot body.
What?
That's right, Marcy,
It's not, again, I don't know why you're using this weird transitioning aspect, but again, like, it's like he misses the theme. They're literally called, okay, and we'll let him go with this for a bit.
terminally ill child is going to have her consciousness transferred into an adult female super robot that she's going to name Wendy. Incidentally, the facility they're in is called Neverland. The man who owns it is Mark Zuckerberg. I'm sorry, his name is Boy Cavalier, who seems to be played like Jesse Eisenberg playing Lex Luthor in Batman vs. Superman, which was a bad imitation of Jesse Eisenberg playing Mark Zuckerberg in Social Network. And the wheels on the bus go round and round. Anyway, Boy Cavalier is supposed to be Peter Pan, who owns the Neverland facility.
Yeah. Again, I know I was trying to like point out like, oh, things having themes and things having like callback themes to literature or literary things of the Peter Pan who's kind of a sinister power figure who has the Lost Boys and the Neverland, but they're like, yeah, that's like a motif. That's like a kind of like a thematic motif. Yeah, why are you complaining about this? Like that, it's not. Sometimes it could be a bit on the nose, but at the same time, like this, he's not playing Jesse Eisenberg. He's again doing the Peter Pan thing. He's doing the charismatic young, hip, but also completely and utterly disconnected and devoid of basic humanity. He's Peter Pan. Again, just explaining this out in a sarcastic voice doesn't make it bad.
With Wendy, you see where I'm going with this? Oh, and they transfer the consciousness of children into other adult robot bodies and call them the Lost Boys. And just in case you weren't getting the subtle Peter Pan references here, they also make sure to show Peter Pan on the screen and have...
It's not subtle, like, it's not trying to be subtle, Peter Pan things. It's fairly fucking explicit. Like, again, they're trying to use these kids partly because they make some explanation of the adult mind, but also because it's very easy to find children who are dying. Parents are willing to give them up. Parents are willing to basically disown them. And it's just standard child labor, child soldier, child experimentation bullshit, because it's easy to do. They're easy to manipulate. They're easy to turn into thinking, yeah, hey, here's these Disney movies and the Lost Boys, and this guy, he's leading you, and the boy genius. That's what they all call him, is like the boy genius and the amazing guy. And yeah, that's like brainwashing 101. But and yeah, they're going to show you, yeah, guess what? You're going to leave your body and enter the adult body, and you're going to be in Neverland. Like, it's not trying to hide it. Why do you think they're trying to trick you and try to be like super subtle? Haha. You didn't realize I was making a literary reference to like the Lost Boys and Peter Pan. It's not trying to trick you.
Boy Cavalier, the Peter Pan in this story, reading Peter Pan to the Lost Boys of this story. Shoo, I wasn't going to get it until they did that. Anyway.
Why are you pissed? Like, it's not trying to trick you, and it's not like trying to do this like, we need to explain this because all you are too stupid to get that we're making Peter Pan references. That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is it's just showing the motif and showing this theme and showing that he is literally doing this to try to brainwash them. Like, this is part of the brainwashing, the conditioning, the thing to make them somewhat loyal or feel connected to this thing. Because it's like you're pissed off because you noticed the thing that they are trying to tell you and notice, and then you're angry. Why would you be upset about, pointing out the obvious that is not the obvious themes that are not being hidden and are in fact a feature of the narrative and a narrative acknowledged by the character themselves within we'll just do this in universe and being upset that they are telling this to you like you are stupid. They are not telling you this because they think you're stupid. It's literally them. This isn't a hidden theme. This isn't a secret. They're not trying to make it a secret. You're pissed off that you noticed the thematic element, and you noticed it very easily, and then somehow you managed to extrapolate that into some kind of, like, the fact that they were putting this in there so blatantly they were insulting you. It's this weird, how is your pride always front and center? How are you so sensitive and so immediately paranoid that somebody thinks you're fucking stupid, that anytime that they're explaining out or showing a theme to you in a story, that somehow you take that as a personal insult? How the fuck are you this delicate?
Anyway, Wendy and the Lost Boys babysitters are the St. Timothy Oliphant and Science Woman. And if you're wondering why I haven't brought up any names or anything about the Lost Boys, there's nothing to tell. Alls I know is there are a bunch of adults that act like 12.
There's nothing to tell. Well, not yet. 2 episodes in. And more importantly, it kind of doesn't matter. What do you want from their backstory? Again, it doesn't really matter. They've been taken out, and that's kind of the part, is that a lot of them are taken out of their backstory. They're taken out of their lives and put into new lives. And some of that, the past is going to resurface through their behaviors, through their style, through their different kind of whatever, their personalities. But like, what do you want to know about them? What do you care? Like, oh, they're all these adults acting like children. And I don't necessarily even like this aspect. I think it's a little bit cringy, but at the same time, it's like, well, how else are they supposed to act? Like, you may say like this, here's a critique of this, is that I think that the emphasis on using the children is an unnecessary kind of unnecessary or unproductive story element, because rather than dealing with the adult, mature, kind of complicated emotional nature of this, and rather than extrapolating from the adults' awareness of their choices into the future ramifications and the narrative effects this may have, instead we have kind of this innocence being used and abused kind of narrative element that I feel like is less productive, blah, blah, blah. There's a way to critique this rather than just going, hey, these adults are acting like children and this is stupid. Well, if I liked the theme and I think, okay, well, in the movie to where adults, children being put into adult bodies, and the entire movie is dedicated to dealing with the ramifications of this. It's a drama movie, let's say. Then adults acting like children isn't a good critique, because like, well, yeah, that's literally, that's like bitching about how characters in playing some period piece in the 1300s don't just invent and use cell phones to call people instead of having to rely on messenger pigeons. This is just a stupid, dumb thing. It's like, well, it's a limitation. It's like a feature of the narrative. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, they literally have to do this. Why are these people speaking in such old-timey English? Like, why aren't they selling yo and skibbity toilet? Why aren't they using more common vernacular? It's a period piece set in the 1800s. What the fuck do you want? Why are you bitching about a feature? It's a feature that has to be there. Now, you might complain about a narrative element that is unnecessary or overused, but again, you're complaining about it in a more broader sense, like I just did. Like, I might say that I feel like it is a cheap and easy way to avoid having to deal with the more mature understanding of blah 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 blah, dealing with, you know, robot bodies and the ideas of who you are as a person, you know, Ghost in the Shell style. You know, am I really a person if I'm mostly a robot? And what happened to my original consciousness? Am I who I am, or am I simply a copy of who I was? And then the original person I was still stuck in that body. And you know, you got the whole teleported man kind of thing. Okay, you could maybe make those criticisms and say, I kind of wish they'd focus on this, but them choosing to focus on, okay, the kids and the innocents isn't good or bad. It's simply an element. You may complain about how that element is particularly performed, but it has to be on the standards of that element, of that theme. You can't just say it's not this other theme, ergo it's bad.
Year olds and they're diverse. Oh, there's plenty of plot in the show, but
And they're diverse. So why wouldn't they be? Oh, because diversity is bad. I remember. Diversity is bad and woke and no good. But here's an interesting. I could absolutely see, for perfectly logical reasons, why you would choose a diverse set of children to do your experimentation on, because diversity in samples can be good for knowing things. Again, I want to make sure. I want to know, how is this going to affect people of various backgrounds and genetics, like genetic differences and or different phenotypes, all manner of things. I want to know. Pulling people from different cultures, how do they adapt to this? It doesn't take a genius to see how there could be a possibility of why you would have this. And ultimately, at the end of the day, who gives a shit? They could all be white. They could all be black. I don't fucking care. I don't know why you care so much. And maybe you care because they care. Oh, they cared because they wanted to make sure a diverse thing. Okay. I don't give a shit. They're caring about this so much that they made a diverse cast. Doesn't change anything for me because I didn't care what they looked like in the first place. I didn't care about their genetic and sexual and gender fucking matchups. I didn't care. It doesn't matter. What I care about is, are they good actresses and actors or not? Are they good characters or not? I don't care what they look like. Just because somebody cared in a cynical or politically motivated kind of manner doesn't mean that I have to give a shit in one way or another. Doesn't mean that I have to be pro or anti that. This is why I dislike this kind of approach, is that it is disingenuous and doesn't actually work very well. It ends up creating more problems than it does solutions.
but there is zero characterization. Remember what
The hell is characterization? I would love for somebody, one of these people, to tell me, what is characterization to you? What does it mean to be characterized in a fictional setting? What is needed or, again, necessary for a character to be a character? What do you need? How much do you need for it to be characterized? Again, where is this? Oh, they're not characterized a lot. They seem to have different personalities to a certain degree. Again, they're children, so there's some matchup, but they seem to have slightly different personalities. There's not a ton of characterization on them, but also, again, like, do they all need to be different? Do we need the tough guy, the jock, the, like, you want immediately these archetypes? If all of a sudden they were characterized in such a short manner in 2 episodes, all of them characterized, one, we would be focusing on a lot of character study because there's quite a few characters. But it's like, I don't think I need them to really be characterized just yet, because their character function is not based on their personality. At least not yet. What characterization we're seeing of them is okay, fine enough, but I don't really think, and I don't anticipate that their character personality, at least the ones that are the extraneous outside of the main female hybrid, the brunette, outside of them, I don't. It's like, how much is Hicks or Vasquez? How much are they really characterized? They're characterized in pretty broad, archetypical, kind of cheesy, quick and fast characterization. Oh, it's not. like, is it good or bad? I just want to know what you actually think is good characterization. That would be my big thing. What do they need to be and do?
And they're diverse. Oh, there's plenty of plot in the show, but there is zero characterization. Remember when I said I sure hope something doesn't happen on the mag?
Again, what is characterization? Characterization would be, again, the filling out or an understanding of a character's feelings, motivations, and or personality and their character archetype, ultimately, if you wanted to think about it in archetypical standards. Are they the rogue? Are they the villain? Are they the sniveling coward? Are they the betrayer? Are they the hero? Are they the support character? Are they the healer? Are they the tank? What are they archetypically? Are they the rock everyone turns to? Are they the serious one? Are they the funny one? Again, we've seen a little bit of that. Now, is it a ton of it? Perhaps not, but at the same time, it's 2 fucking episodes. And again, we don't get a ton of characterization of anybody in any film to any real degree because it's too short. What we get is archetypical kind of aspects. Now, if you told me I don't know what archetype they are, like, again, this is where you need to go in depth. And yes, maybe you can't do this in 20 minutes, but just saying this, it just feels like, again, I watched the show and I'm just like, what characterization was missing or lacking? And more importantly, why did you need or want to obsess with these particular people being characterized? Well, they're going to be the main people. I don't know a lot about Hudson. I don't need to know a lot about Hudson. I got a general feature of Hudson's a Joker in Aliens. I don't need to know a ton about him. I just got that little bit. And that's enough. And again, you get some characterization of the other ones, how the kids are reacting. Are they more scared? Are they more panicky? Are they more jokey? Are they more kind of clowny? Are they more serious? You have little moments where the kids talk about what their dreams are, what they want to do and what they want to be, and what they're afraid of. Little bits and pieces right here that you get a little bit of characterization, not a ton. And again, okay, so it's not great characterization, it's not super in-depth characterization, but it's not terrible. And I just don't need, like, what did you need for it to pass the grade?
Something happened on the Maganaut. Remember in
Magano. Again, something happened on the yes. Yeah. That's fine. And again, this whole member berries, I'm sorry, I hope he doesn't spend too much on it, because, like, look, they literally do this, like, yeah, it's kind of like a standard, hey, you remember how evil and nasty Ash is? Like, yeah, the cyborg's the same kind of way. But here's the thing. They're doing that because they want, yes, member berries, but it's also a major theme just kind of in the Alien universe, like an aesthetic. It's a thing in there. This is the flavor of this. You're complaining about a vanilla flavor in your vanilla fucking sundae. Your vanilla ice cream sundae. Yes, there's chocolate. Yes, there's banana. But there's going to be vanilla fucking ice cream in there, and you're going to taste vanilla. If you don't want vanilla fucking flavoring, don't order a vanilla banana split. Or a fucking sundae. Don't do that. Order something else. Consume something else. You can't consume it, then bitch about getting exactly what you fucking expected. And again, it's pretty goddamn quick.
Alien, when Ash had Special Order 937, which ensured that the xenomorph was returned to Weyland-Yutani, even if it meant sacrificing the crew. Well, I'm here to tell you, Alien Earth does something totally different. They have the cyborg, totally not Yaphet Kotto, and totally not the Nostromo, sacrifice.
Again, just because he looks like, again, they picked a black guy. Not all black people look alike. Like, okay, you could say he kind of looks like him, but, like, okay, so what? Do you think they picked him specifically because, he looks like this? Maybe, maybe not. But again, I don't really see this as a thing. And it's totally not the Nostromo. Again, it's a ship made by Weyland-Yutani. It's probably going to look pretty similar in certain areas. And even then, again, it's just you're pissed off that they wanted this to feel like an aliens style ship, a Weyland-Yutani thing. But if they did something different, you would bitch about that, and you would say the aesthetics don't feel like an alien aesthetic thing. I genuinely don't know what you fucking want. And then, he's actually like, this all happens within like 5 minutes, by the way. Like the first 5 minutes of this. He's going to bitch about this and like, this all, look at this, remember that, remember how he sacrifices the crew. It's like, yeah. It's showing that he's a cold son of a bitch. And he's going to sacrifice the crew. It's yeah, but it's also different. Like they sent the order to Ash to crew expendable, blah blah blah, but it's like that order is always going to be there. So this guy doing this when something happens, like, yeah, that's probably what he would do.
The crew to ensure that the specimens are returned to the company. It's at this point when he serves up the final crew member with a harrowing acting performance.
Let me in!
We see that the cyborg has a Swiss Army arm, and that would make him the Captain Hook of the story. And the xenomorph must be the crocodile. The totally not Nostromo, which is half the size of a Star Destroyer, the size of a Star Destroyer, I don't really know, runs into
I don't understand why the size matters, but okay.
Another ship, and then crashes into Earth completely undetected. Yes, apparently humanity is cracked traveling into interstellar space, but they haven't really worked out early warning systems.
What? Okay, so I'm thinking about the show. Again, it doesn't really point out, it's not like it has a scene to where like somebody's in a radio, like in a observatory kind of thing, going, oh my god, we got a contact coming in, it's not stopping. It's like, it doesn't need to. Like, it doesn't need to show those things. I mean, it could, but I can infer that, yeah, that there probably were warnings going out across the various things, and people are talking about, hey, you're coming in. Why are you coming in so goddamn fast? Slow down. Oh my god, he hit the ship. Oh my god, we need to talk about this. Send warnings out. Where is he going to land? We need to calculate where he's landing. Blah, blah, blah. Calculating this. Maybe you send out the warning, but like, it's also very much a corporate run kind of world. So maybe they care. Maybe they don't care. Maybe these, again, there's not going to be a lot of communication. So maybe Weyland-Yutani, because I think they're on the moon. Or who's on the moon? I don't remember which corporation is on the moon, but one of them owns the moon, and he just passed by it. So maybe that station is again owned by a different corporation, and they're going to be sending out warnings and whatever to their people. But maybe Coca-Cola is not going to send stuff to the cities owned by Pepsi, and this doesn't land in a Coca-Cola area; it lands in a Pepsi area. I don't know. I don't necessarily need to see those scenes, because ultimately you talk about throwaway scenes. That's a throwaway scene. I don't give a shit if there was a warning or not.
Question as you do, dear viewer. Wouldn't that ship the Magaton crashed into notify anybody about it? Anyway, the Weyland-Yutani.
No, I didn't have that question. I don't care, because it doesn't matter. Even if they did or did not. Again, I don't need to know this, because these characters and the characters I'm following around aren't going to be the ones who are going to be notified about this. So their knowledge is the same of my knowledge. I'm okay with that. I don't need to know.
Owned ship ends up going down in a Prodigy-owned island. Who owns Prodigy? Boy Cavalier. And how do we know this? Through a very carefully placed and subtle exposition scene.
Oh, God. Look, there is no way to do subtle or unsubtle exposition. It's not that important. And bitching about brief, and again, it's barely anything. And it's one of those things where, is it somewhat tropish, the old guy explaining to the younger, dumber guy how things actually work in the real world? Maybe, maybe not, but it's clunky, but it's just not something I'm really going to get that upset about.
Within the first 5 minutes of the show, where one of the grunts explains to another who exactly he works for. Apparently, he was unaware of this despite being on a 65-year mission.
You do realize that I think it was kind of somewhat implied. Maybe I just was reading wrong, but the kid's a little slow. Like, he's slow. There's some implication that the kid, he's not the brightest bulb in the fucking in the box here. You know, he's not. He's like Forrest Gump level. Like he's not really far into autism or something like that. But I definitely got maybe a feeling that he's just an uneducated fucking kid who never got a full education, who just took a grunt work job on a ship and is just an expendable fucking asset like everything else.
Say that's Weyland-Yutani.
That's us.
Yeah, that's who we work for.
Oh, okay.
Right? And they control North and South America. The kid hasn't done his social studies.
There's 4 companies. They govern the entire globe.
Don't forget the new one, Prodigy.
Started by a kid maybe 10 years ago.
The Boy Cavalier.
Oh, look, the Maginot.
And again, like, it might be even slightly awkward. Let me just give it to them. But you know how long that lasts? Like, maybe like 30 seconds. Like, it's just nothing. It's super fast, super quick. And it's like, you would then bitch if they didn't have an exposition. You would again go, I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know the relationship between these things. I don't know how do they trade with each other? Is it a subsidiary? Why? You would find something to hate.
Crashes into some towers. They should have called it Alien 9/11. And again, this is a complete surprise to everyone in the city, including Boy Cavalier's
It's not a surprise. It's a surprise to them because who's going to tell them?
own security force, who just so happens to have Wendy's brother in it. Joe is a...
Of course it's a surprise to Boy Cavalier security force. Why would... One, this is not his personal security force. This isn't his personal guards. These people that he's talking about here, this is just a rescue crew. This is just a rescue militia military crew. This is like saying, oh, a ship crash landed into San Francisco, and these random members of National Guard, they didn't know this was coming. Yeah, the president might know of the United States and his cabinet, but that doesn't mean that some random crew that's on leave or fucking currently not they're active duty, but they're obviously not on a mission or not actively patrolling. They're all on break. They're an emergency response crew. Like, maybe they would be told, but highly likely that they wouldn't be told, especially with something coming in that fast, that quickly. They might not be told. And maybe they were trying to be contacted and the phone was ringing, but they're all on the roof. Like, I could come up with billions of perfectly understandable explanations for this, but I shouldn't need to because there's no real critique here. Why? Oh, well, yeah. Well, there are members of his security force in the city. Surely they would have been acknowledged. Maybe, but also maybe not. Maybe they didn't know exactly where it was landing. Maybe it was coming in real fast. Maybe they were sending out the messages and these guys didn't get it in time. I don't know. Maybe other parts of this. I don't fucking... It's such a... It's not even a nitpick. It's, again, you're just saying that you're just demanding that the story do something that, one, it didn't need to do for reasons that are really shitty, that are just silly.
And again, this is a complete surprise to everyone in the city, including Boy Cavalier's own security force, who just so...
It's also, again, not a security force. I'm pretty sure it's a fucking rescue crew. This is like saying that the security team at Mar-a-Lago wasn't informed about the President Trump announcing we're going to war with Pakistan. Why would they be? Why the fuck would they be? Like, again, this is just a fucking rescue force that's part of a larger military structure, that's part of a larger overall company structure, that is part of one of the... this could be, again, anything. This could be a member of the Red Cross security emergency response team, and the Red Cross is owned and operated by Prodigy Military Services, which is a wing of Prodigy Industries, which is owned by the boy Prodigy, Boy Cavalier. Like, why the fuck would this random team know? They just happen to be emergency response in this city, so they emergency respond because they're close. And a bunch of other people also come and respond.
Happens to have Wendy's brother in it. Joe is a medic for the...
Yes, yes, it just happens to, yes, congratulations. You've noticed that in storytelling, there's oftentimes, again, conceits and conveniences to create a drama. Congratulations. Yes, you've noticed that narratives can manipulate and create coincidences and serendipitous kind of moments that feel artificial and fictional for the purposes of drama. Congratulations, you've noticed a feature of storytelling.
Prodigy Corporation, and apparently a pretty good one, because we know this through a random exposition scene where Wendy is telling us about him to her stuffed animals.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
By the way, nobody asks her any questions. It comes in cold.
His name...
It comes in cold. Again, it's the start of the scene to where, like, again, I can't remember the exact scene, but even if we just take it at the surface.
I'm glad you asked.
By the way, nobody asks her any questions. It comes in cold.
So she says, I'm glad you asked. So let's just say the scene starts there. So we go from one thing and all of a sudden you hear in a voiceover, I'm glad you asked. You're going to get an impression of, oh, well, she's talking to somebody. Okay, so we're starting in the middle of a conversation. Somebody asked her about her brother and she's going to tell her. And then all of a sudden you see, oh, she's talking to her things. Again, she's talking to her imaginary friends and then imagining questions them asking about her because she wants to talk about her brother and explain things to her stuffed animals because she's 12. She's like fucking 11 or 12. Yes. Congratulations. You've noticed that, again, there is a bit of a bait and switch, a narrative thing to where we think, oh, she's talking to somebody, but then it turns out, oh, she's talking to her animals. This is to establish that she is, one, isolated, alone. She doesn't have any friends. She doesn't have any people who are like her, who are her age. And again, even though she's in this facility, she doesn't have like a normal childhood where she could talk with parents or whatever, or she's, and even though she doesn't have those things, what she's doing is very childlike. She's talking to imaginary friends about something that she likes, her brother, while she's watching footage of her brother because she misses her brother. What is this thing? Like, you again, notice again how I said before, they're just pointing out what Nerdrotic is doing is he's just pointing out literally completely normal, non-bad, perfectly functional, perfectly fine narrative techniques to show theme and feelings and general ideas and motifs. Isolation, loneliness, obsession, this care and love that she has for her brother, even though she's separated by him, she's still watching him, trying to be involved, and she still cares about, like, what the congratulations, you notice these things. These aren't flaws.
His name is Joe. What does he do? Well, he's a medic, like a doctor.
And Wendy knows all this because she's spying on her brother. Apparently, she has the ability to hack any security system or computer that she's in proximity to. She also has super strength and durability, and later on we learn that she can hear the aliens psychically through her synthetic mind.
I don't know if it's psychically. I don't know if that's... Again, that's 2 episodes in. It doesn't really explain why she's able to hear something, and I don't think it's psychic. I think it could be one of those things where, again, it's the aliens communicate in some kind of ultramagnetic wavelength kind of thing, some kind of weird radio signal. Who knows? It's connected again, and we've seen this before, where again the aliens are a hive mind-ish kind of thing, to where the alien queen or other aliens can kind of connect with each other. So it could be that either there's an alien queen, or maybe just the alien itself, it's constantly sending out a signal rather than pheromones like ants. It's sending out this weird signal that can travel very far, that can alert other things, and maybe all aspects of this, both the eggs, the face huggers, the alien warriors, they all are connected on this kind of strange electromagnetic or some kind of bioelectric kind of communication field that's constantly being emitted and picked up and signal boosted and shared amongst the thing. That's how they're able to act like a hive mind kind of thing, how they're able to know and sense when things are happening around, because this is constantly being communicated, blah, blah, blah. Maybe, again, she's picking this up because, and again, like, why? Oh, she's super strong and she's super, again, I don't know if he's just, like, he could just be explaining the basic details. That's fine. But there seems to be this weird criticism style, like, mockery here. Like, why couldn't, like, the boy cavalier, the boy genius, he wants to create the next evolution of mankind, and something that is both immortal and something that is smarter than him, or as smart as him, as he says later in the dialogue. So why wouldn't he make a superior being that is strong, tough, so it doesn't have any of the physical limitations, so its mind is not limited by its physical limitations? Why wouldn't he make a mind that is able to interface seamlessly with technology? That, again, we haven't seen the other ones do this, but again, it might be that they can do it too. She's the older one. She's Wendy. She's the older one. She's been able to do this more. And he even says he puts a supercomputer, like the most advanced supercomputer he can design, into her brain, so she can, again, do things, hack into things, do all these kind of things. And yeah, she's learning outside of their realms, and she's able to do stuff like that. That's what he wants. That's a theme. What's wrong with this?
Because she's spying on her brother. Apparently, she has the ability to hack any security.
It's not apparently like it's shocking or whatever. It's like, this is just a feature of the story.
Security system or computer that she's in proximity to. She also has super strength and durability. And later on, we learn that she can hear the aliens psychically through her synthetic.
Again, I would really suggest it's not, again, this is just meant to mock it, like she can feel it through her feminine force powers. It's not that. It's literally, I could come up with a dozen perfectly logical explanations of why she's hearing this weird interference. Is that, okay, maybe she's hearing how they communicate, and she's picking up the signals that they're sending out that are some kind of biochemical, electromagnetic kind of signals, maybe. Who knows? It's not that fucking problematic.
Mind. But apparently she never bothered to ask why they were transferring her into an adult body until after the procedure was done.
Your breasts, they're weird. They move around when I run.
Well, you are in an adult body now.
Why?
Because synthetic bodies don't grow.
This, once again,
she didn't think about asking this. She's a child that's dying. And again, she's been manipulated and told that she's going to be saved by the boy genius through this special process. And yeah, she's being limited on knowledge. And she's dying. Like, again, why wouldn't she have asked this question before? Why wouldn't she ask, why are you putting me in an adult body? Maybe she has. And they didn't really give much of an answer. Maybe she's asking again. Why adult body? They're saying that doesn't grow. Again, you might not like this, but it's like, look, this is it, because they don't want to work with child actors. That's why. Do you know why she's in an adult body? Because it's easier to work with adult actors than it is child actors. You fucking Nimrod. Like, congratulations. Are you now going to stand up in the theater and go, hey, this stupid Santa Claus movie isn't real and makes no sense because Santa Claus can't exist? I'm sorry, you're watching a Santa Claus movie. Shut the fuck up.
and is unnecessary exposition, and there's so much of it in this show, it makes me...
It's not unnecessary. It's the exposition, and here's the thing that people often miss with some exposition, is that oftentimes people focus way too hard on the information that the exposition is telling you, explicitly and not focusing on what is implicitly being told to you. Her talking about why her breasts and talking about why I'm in an adult body, that's one level of information exposition. The other level is you're also seeing what is the relationship and roles of the woman and the synthetic. They're taking father and mother roles here, not retrospectively. And more importantly, you're seeing, okay, what is her life like? What are the conversations? Who does she get to have a conversation with? She gets to have a conversation with either a psychiatrist or a synthetic, both of which are very much treating her, again, like a clinical subject and a thing. Like they're being somewhat nice or whatever and trying to, I guess, kind of treat her like a person. But again, this is what she has for conversations. When she's not doing tests or anything like that, this is kind of the conversations that she gets when she gets to talk about her feelings. This is the subtext. This is, okay, you can see how these people, you also get more information on how does the woman view the female doctor, the psychiatrist, how does she view Wendy? How does she treat Wendy? What does she think about Wendy? What does she think about Wendy's behaviors and thoughts and feelings? Then you also see, what does the male, the synthetic, how does he treat her? What is his role in relationship? It's not just about what's being said. It's about what's not being said or what's being implied through what's being said. And this is not useless. Like, again, this is what I see more often than not when people are talking about useless exposition, is more often than not they're almost like autistically focusing to such a myopically close-minded, stupid way on just explicitly what's being said. Just literally just a couple of words. And they're not looking at the greater theme or ideas or thoughts or the tone. They're not looking at the background, the subtext, the context. They're not looking at anything. They're just weirdly going, well, why is she talking about breasts? That's just cringe and stupid. Well, it's to help further, again, she is a child in an adult's body. That just helps to further cement the feelings on this, and more importantly, her emotional state of being in this moment and being in this state, this physical state. And it also gives you an understanding of the other characters and their perception of her. There's a lot that can go on in exposition that's not just what the words on the page are.
Impossible 8 looked downright reasonable. Yes, it's necessary information told in a horribly lazy way, and for
what I would love is, what is the preferred way of doing this? What is the non-lazy way? And again, I can understand, and there have been times when I can perfectly explain out, it's oftentimes difficult to do without a specific reference, the difference between lazy exposition and non-lazy exposition. But again, I would like you to explain to me, and I don't think I've ever seen any of these types ever do this, explain what differs. What is the difference? What is the characteristics of non-lazy exposition versus lazy exposition? If you say it's always subjective and dependent on the movie, okay, then tell me, how and why is this lazy? More importantly, what makes this lazy? And more importantly, again, the exposition, the dialogue they're being said, it's just done in this boring, they're just sitting around talking. What else are they supposed to be doing? Are they supposed to be riding horses? Fighting on, do you want a voiceover as she does some Rocky montage? What do you want? All of those things can be moments for good exposition or perhaps bad exposition. I just don't know what you want.
Forgive me for stating the obvious. You would think young Marcy, before she transitioned into Wendy, would be told.
Again, this weird transition, like they're trying to make this sound like an allegory or something, like, oh, these people are trying to slip in some pro-trans allegory here, and I don't get it.
obvious. You would think young Marcy, before she transitioned into Wendy, would be told all the whys and hows beforehand.
What? So what he's trying to say is that they would have told her all the reasons for her transition and new state of being before the operation. The giant corporation would have told one of their test subjects in their highly illegal and ethically questionable experiment everything about the reasoning and whys of this operation, especially because she, as a child, would have thought to question and interrogate the educated and powerful adults surrounding her and promising her that they would save her. Now, I know that's a really long run-on sentence, but the reason is that there's so much stupid here. Again, oh, she would have thought to ask this. Maybe she did, and she was brushed aside. Or maybe she didn't know until it was already at the end point. And then now she's nearing the end. Austin, like, she's afraid if she starts questioning, wondering, maybe they won't do this. Maybe they won't. Also, she's been isolated, and she's been taken from her fucking parents and from her family. And she's been basically told that she knows that her family has been told that she's dead. She's alone and isolated. Like, why? And also, why would the giant corporation tell her anything about anything? Other than what is absolutely necessary to tell her, just for simple knowledge's sake. Again, I want you to really think about this. And really think about the setting, the idea, the corporation, Weyland-Yutani. Even though this isn't Weyland-Yutani, it might as well be Weyland-Yutani. They're just as unethical. And then I want you to hear this statement here.
Horribly lazy way, and forgive me for stating the obvious. You would think young Marcy, before she transitioned into Wendy, would be told all the whys and hows beforehand. And
she would be told all the whys and hows beforehand. No.
While this is Mystery Box, you think they would give the viewer a little more information about Wendy? Or on the other hand,
why? While this is Mystery Box, more information about Wendy and about her past. Why? It doesn't matter. And when they do bring it up, they're going to bring it up when it matters.
All the other characters, so the viewers would actually be interested in them. The problem with...
Again, they don't... This has never been done in any film that Nerdrotic loves, in any show that Nerdrotic loves. This is never done. It just isn't done. I guarantee you, it's never done the way he's explaining it or trying to give the idea for. You don't care about a character because they tell you to care about a character. You care about a character because of the things they do and because of the archetypes and motifs that they eventually will they start exhibiting and showing, usually oftentimes in very quick, slow things, and it builds up. Oh, we don't care about, like, it doesn't make me care about these characters. Nothing can. Again, in many ways, like, if you don't immediately try to care about a character or acknowledge, oh, this is the main character, I should be invested in their existence to some degree, maybe. Again, like, it's just ultimately the ultimate question you're constantly going is that, again, these people want to be outraged or at least appear to others and take on the joy of outrage. And don't want anything to work because they profit off of outrage. Again, they're agents of chaos. They don't want things to be orderly and work because they literally live, breathe, eat, and shit out and produce chaos and outrage at chaos. They don't want anything to work. So even when it does work, they're just going to talk about how, no, they're trying to gaslight you into thinking it doesn't work.
This show is there's a bunch of people I don't know talking to each other. So what's Alien Earth about? But apparently she never bothered. It's necessary beforehand. And while this is, or on the other hand, there's a bunch of people I don't know talking to each other.
People I don't know. You're going to learn and know about them, you fucking clueless, hacky piece of shit. And more importantly, you don't know anything about Ripley. You don't know what exposition, what is there anything to know about any of those characters for minutes at a time? You get their personality and some characterization, but it's often very brief. And yeah, oh, well, that's a movie. I'm talking about a show. A show is different from a movie to a certain degree. But this is also, it's only 8 episodes. It's a mini-series, not necessarily a long-form fucking show. And again, it's like you're asking for attachment to character that, like, it takes a couple of episodes to figure out what characters are and are not. And again, you get some of this, but it's just like, what did you expect to happen in 2 episodes? More importantly, why would you expect so much when it's only 8 episodes? 8 episodes isn't that long. And also, I don't even know what you would expect because half the movies that you like and half the movies that you would say are great don't do anything much more than what this show is doing.
So what's Alien Earth about? Well, it's essentially a bunch of 12-year-olds in robot bodies.
Oh, sorry. It crashed. Let me
going up against.
Let me restart this. There we go. Sometimes it does that.
Aliens without any training. Because Wendy.
So far, that's not actually what the show is about. Because in the 2 episodes, you don't see them actually go up against the alien. Now we get a general theme that this might be something this is going to be the primary, like, Nostromo cast, whatever it is that these cyborgs are going to be going up against the alien. You get an idea about that, but at the same time, that's not really what the show is about. And it might be different. It might be they all die really quickly. It might be that they don't die and that they capture the alien relatively quickly. And then we see it devolve into this corporate kind of espionage, questioning of reality. It focuses more on the ethics of human and alien hybrid, and then also the human and it could go all manner of directions. We are 2 episodes in. I'm not even saying I love the show. I like it. It's okay. There's some aspects I don't necessarily like. The child Lost Boys theme. I dislike it for a variety of reasons, but I don't think it's completely invalid to have. But here's the thing, is that you don't really know what all this show is about just yet. So you can make this prediction, but don't just say, like, well, what's this show going to be about? That's what you say. You don't say, what's this show about? You say, what's this show going to be about? Well, based on how it's been set up, the general theme that I'm getting is that we have these kids, these new hybrids. They're out on this experimental kind of first field exercise, and they're going to be confronting and going up against the alien, and we're going to have alien shenanigans. There's going to be more aliens. People are going to get face hugged. More aliens are going to come out. They're going to try to contain this. Maybe they do contain it. Maybe they don't. There also seems to be maybe a sub-thread that maybe Weyland-Yutani might also go in there. So maybe they're not only going to be trying to shut down and end or escape from the Neverland. That's probably also going to be a theme. They're going to escape from Neverland. But there also might be a theme that Weyland-Yutani gets involved and sends troops there, and they're going to have to deal with the troops of Weyland-Yutani. And there's going to be this little proxy war thing. This is between these two corporations. Who knows? There's a lot of threads that's going on here.
12-year-olds in robot bodies going up against aliens without any training, because Wendy convinces Boy Cavalier that she wants to rescue her brother from his rescue mission. Never mind the fact that Boy Cavalier just essentially invented immortality, and these children are the most valuable things in the known galaxy.
Yes. But you're also seeming to miss, like, oh, that's a mistake on his part. Yes. He's an arrogant person. This is characterization. People doing the wrong thing or incorrect thing is part of the way you characterize people, because people do stupid shit. People do smart things. People do stupid things. People do things. These are how you see this. They're the most valuable asset he has. Yes, but he is also a trillionaire. He doesn't give a shit about the money. He cares about the value, the philosophical or the value outside of money of them. And he wants more. He wants their information. They are just as disposable as any other synthetic ultimately to reach his goal. He wants to find something that's smarter than him. He wants to have a conversation. He wants to have this perfect creation. It's an illogical and ill-defined goal, because that's usually what it ends up being for a lot of these types, is that they don't particularly know what they fucking want. So again, he's sending out these super expensive things. Yeah. Because ultimately he can create more, but he wants an immortal body. He wants something that's smarter than him. He wants something that's better than him, maybe so that he can transition into it and become an immortal god being. But again, they aren't 100% necessary for this. He wants to see what they can do. Like, this doesn't take a genius to figure out, and it's not completely and utterly without logic. It may not be well thought out logic, but people are not well thought out. Elon Musk is a great example. He's a boy genius.
Mortality, and these children are the most valuable things in the known galaxy. This is monumentally stupid, especially when you have battalions of expendable people. Something that's been...
Yes, and he's already sending them out. He wants to see them in action. He wants to see them. Again, your complaint here is essentially that a boy genius who's an irresponsible, narcissistic, sociopathic kind of childlike shithead is playing rough with his toys, who put tons of effort and time and money into these things, even though it was other people's time and effort, and he's just providing the money to a certain degree, but some of his genius is going in there. And yes, he's breaking his toys in a immature and unwise nature. Yeah. You're trying to say this like this is a flaw of the movie. This is a flaw of the character. This is a characterization. You are just summarizing the mistakes characters make in movies. Mistakes that themselves aren't necessarily mistakes. They're mistakes only because, like, you're like, well, I would never do that. I would look, yeah, and you're not boy genius. Maybe even if we take this even further, maybe that's why you're not an Elon Musk multi-billionaire, is because you don't take risks like this. I don't know. Who gives a shit? Why are you telling me what you would have done in this situation? I don't care what you did in this situation. Yeah. Their criticisms are essentially... I would not have done this thing in this situation that this character did, and thus this is bad storytelling. And if that sounds stupid to you, congratulations. It is stupid.
Well established in the Alien franchise, and even the show questions it.
They're not first responders.
Yes, the show literally questions it. He's wrong. He's extreme. He's risking things. The show even questions it. Oh, but why would he do this? Because he's a genius. Yes, and he's wrong. I don't understand how they could do... what is the storytelling they think can happen here? Somebody has to do the wrong decision for wrong things to go bad. Somebody has to do an incorrect decision or the right decision or a risky decision. Things have to happen. There has to be rise and falls. There has to be conflict. There has to be disagreement. There has to be, shit happening. There has to be conflict. I don't understand what the hell your problem is.
We're still in the prototype stage. The loss of a single unit would be devastating.
And the Peter Pan of our story responds with this.
Yeah, so don't lose one.
So it's a race to contain the alien.
Yes, he's a reckless ass. And what I don't understand, you're pissed off about, oh, this is bad characterization because it's just trying to characterize through this exposition. This isn't exposition. This is good characterization. You're understanding and knowing what Boy Genius is. And you realize, yes, he may be smart in some technical senses, but he's an irresponsible fucking nitwit. And he's also a sociopath. And he's probably extremely rich, but he also looks like he might be somebody who could very easily burn out and destroy everything around him. And the only reason he hasn't is because he's so filthy fucking rich that mistakes mean nothing to him. He doesn't know he's making mistakes half the time. That's characterization.
Cyborg Captain Hook needs to contain him for Weyland Yutani, and he needs to do that before Boy Cavalier gets his hands on him, which he eventually finds out about, and sends the 12-year-olds in robot bodies to do it because the Prodigy security team, made up of about 24 people, to search a ship the size of an aircraft carrier crashed into a giant...
They're the first responders. They have dozens and hundreds of more people there securing the area. But again, why would you send in hundreds of people to search through a large ship like that? Especially if it's such a dangerous location. You might just send in about 24 squads to search, to limit losses. I don't know. It's not that illogical. And again, there might be more people sent in at a later date. We are 2 episodes in, and by the time we get to the second episode and by they arrive, basically the people have set up a perimeter, and they're doing, first responder. They're doing like medical stuff, and there's medical tents, and there's dozens and hundreds of more soldiers out there. But I think they might even mention, I can't remember, it might be in passing, that they were told by Prodigy, Boy Genius, whatever, to set up a perimeter and to lock it down. Probably because he doesn't want dozens and dozens, hundreds of people going into the ship, finding out all this alien technology, and maybe one of them takes some of that shit out and tries to sell it on black market. Maybe one of them, dozens and hundreds of people know about this super top secret fucking alien bullshit, and he wants to keep it limited. I think there was a passing comment about just setting a perimeter and not going in. And they make some knowledge that they already sent in the 2 squads, the 2 squads that the guy's a part of, to search the ship. And it's a big ship, but it's also not. It's not all space. Just because it's big, a lot of this is just engine room area that may not be accessible. It doesn't matter. This is not just a nitpick. Again, this is just this weird. I'm trying to extrapolate that this is a flaw because if I think about other things out here, it's a flaw now. Like, I add stuff to the story. It's like, not really.
Giant skyscraper is getting wiped out by the aliens and Cyborg Captain Hook, who, quite frankly, is the most interesting character, and if we were just following him, I'd be more into this show. Again.
But here's the thing. why is he interesting? Do you know why he's interesting? Part of the reason he's interesting is because that whole setup, which you shit on because it was the totally not Nostromo, all that background that you say all these characters don't really matter, we don't give a shit about them. You do realize that the reason why they were expendable by as quick is because the only person who mattered was him. They were all just expendable narrative-wise for characterizing him. Congratulations, you don't know storytelling.
And there's some interesting things introduced in this show that would probably make better shows individually on their own, including the 5 alien species, the aforementioned xenomorph.
And again, what we need a movie and a TV show about each individual. I'm sorry, this is just... I'm sorry, it's not enough to carry it. You know, these individual alien species. What, the ticks that suck blood? You want an entire season or an entire movie that's just about the ticks that suck blood? Or the alien eyeball thing, the little octopus eyeball thing? I don't fucking... Who gives a shit? Like, they're just more alien creatures. That's like saying, oh, well, I'm sorry, look at Star Wars. They introduced, like, banthas, they introduced Jawas, they introduced... You could have a movie about any one of these things. It's just too much to handle. And then there's Greedo. Like, what kind of creature is Greedo? There could be an entire movie series about Greedo and its creatures and its history and culture. Well, it's just too much to cover. You notice how stupid this sounds the more you start thinking about it. None of this could be on its own show, or it could be. This isn't a criticism. This is just this weird reason to hate that is illogical.
A testicle Venus flytrap, plant, ticks, flies who we haven't seen, and the tentacle eyeball. The jury's still out on them, but other wasted concepts were transferring a human consciousness into a robot.
How the hell is that wasted? It's literally a major feature, and it's something that's being developed throughout, even as they're as they're going to be talking and dealing with the alien, the idea of the consciousness being transferred into there. Unless you just want these weird, boring exposition philosophical talks where people do that kind of... You can do that, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily wasted. Like, and there could be scenes later on in the show. It's 2 episodes. There's fucking 6 more. I don't know.
At least in the first 2 episodes, we don't even get questions like, what's the nature of consciousness? Is Marcy, who is now Wendy, still alive?
Again, do we really need it? Like, this is like saying, well, Alien didn't delve into like the real concepts and the idea of what it means to be impregnated as a male. I mean, this questions gender roles, like, really, because the facehugger's in there, and what's like the consciousness of, like, what's the difference between like the synthetic person and a non-synthetic person as far as like hierarchy of command and who is really in charge, and would you take orders from a synthetic or would you not? Like, all these things are just not delved into enough detail. Again, if you want to say it's not delved into enough detail, I'm sorry, you need to do more than just say weird random shit like this. You need to explain or tell me or tell the audience what would be a better example. Maybe point to other shows that did this better and had scenes or had moments or episodes that specifically delved into this that worked better. I don't know, but give me something to work on. Something to reference other than you just saying it's bad because it's bad.
Or is that just a copy of her mind in a robot? To be fair, maybe we'll find out later because this show is a mystery box. And
Again, because the show is a mystery. It's not a mystery box. A mystery box is, yes, it's presenting... The thing of the mystery box is, yeah, it just presents these ideas that are tantalizing and that have some kind of shape, but you don't know what's actually in it. Yes, I don't like the mystery box thing, but at the same time, this isn't a mystery box kind of show because a mystery box show does this and has no intention of ever showing what's in the mystery box. You literally just said that, I don't know, maybe the show will do this, but it's a mystery box. It literally can't. If it does do this, it's not a mystery box. If it does explain and talk about these things, it's not a fucking mystery box. Not yet.
how is Joe gonna feel when he finally realizes his little sister that he thought was dead is in a robot body? It's a great opportunity for some good drama. He would probably be horrified and angry, and you could spend the entire for some little sister that he thought was and be of her mind.
Let me just go read that again, or hear that again, because I think it sounded way stupider than I thought.
And in a robot. To be fair, maybe we'll find out later because this show is the mystery box. And how is Joe gonna feel when he finally realizes his little sister that he thought was dead is in a robot body?
Well, we get at least a bit of that in episode 2. Did you only watch one episode of this? Like there's 2 episodes. They meet up, and Joe finds out. Like, sorry, spoilers. They meet up in the ship, and Joe finds out in a kind of awkward way that Wendy is Marcy. I believe it's Marcy is the name of his sister, Marcy. That Wendy is Marcy, and we kind of see the initial ideas of how he's dealing with it. Though there's a lot, it's just the beginnings of it. It's towards the end of the episode, but we get a little bit of that, and it sets up, okay, so there's some interesting, we might delve into it. Like, did he not watch episode? Okay, now I'm thinking he didn't watch this. Now I don't trust him, because that's literally, at least we get the beginnings of his emotional response to this, or how he's going to feel about this, at least the beginnings, the setup of it a little bit, in episode 2. So, maybe Nerdrotic explains this later on, but like, why would he start the statement like this? Like, well, maybe we'll get this. Maybe we'll get this. Like, no, we do.
When he finally find out later, because this show is the mystery box. And how is Joe gonna feel when?
How is Joe? Well, we see the beginnings of this. Why would you start your sentence? How will Joe feel about this? Rather than like this, we get a little. The other thing we might develop is, Joe's response to knowing his sister is still alive. We get the beginnings of it a little bit, but I'm interested to see how the show will develop this and kind of deal with the idea that his sister may or may not be alive, or maybe it's just a copy, maybe it's not inside of this synthetic robotic body.
He finally realizes his little sister that he thought was dead is in a robot body. That's a great opportunity for some good drama. He would probably be horrified and angry. And
would probably be horrified. He literally hears about this, and he's somewhat horrified, but also mostly just shocked. Like, maybe we'll get more, but that's episode 3. That might be episode 3 where we see more of this thing. Or maybe episode 4 where they are not being terrorized by the alien. Maybe the alien is resolved by episode 4 and 5. And then the last couple episodes are resolving the robot things. You don't fucking know. Why are you saying this like it's somehow a problem or something that's missing from the show when you haven't seen the whole show yet? You don't know if it's missing. You don't know if we're just laying the groundwork for it to pay off later. You don't know. You're speculating, which is fine, but speak and make sure it is clear that you are speculating.
You could spend the entire season with him trying to reconcile with this robot.
That sounds like a dreadful show, honestly. Is this whole season just dealing with this fucking drama of him trying to... Good God, that sounds like a terrible show. Sorry.
That's talking like his sister. Something to the effect of he's forced to work with her, but he hates her guts, even though she's spouting back all the stuff his sister used to say. And eventually, he comes to some form of acceptance. Either she is...
We don't know this yet. Again, why are you outlining the summary of a story that you have no idea whether or not this is or is not the story? And you're not even sure if it is going to be done or not done. Like, yeah, you're doing this, but again, the way you phrase this, again, go back and read if you need to. The way Nerdrotic is phrasing this is that this is not what happens. This is this idea that there is no beginnings of this happening. Like this either didn't happen or they haven't set up the foundation for this happening yet. And one, that's a lie. And two, he doesn't know. We're not far enough in to actually say any way, shape, or form. So again, he's just fan fictioning what he thinks would be a better show that he doesn't know whether or not this show actually did or not. And he's doing so in a way as a criticism of the show.
dead, but I'm okay with this copy, or she's still alive in there. You would think that, but no, it gets wrapped up pretty quickly.
That's your sister.
Slight.
It does not get wrapped up quickly at all. It's not wrapped up at all. It's not at all. This, yeah, is addressed. Thank you for doing this. Okay, so he does acknowledge this, or at least he did see the show. It's just why, like, the way he's phrasing this suggested he did not see the show, and it's not wrapped up at all. He literally, yes, he gets ambushed with this information. He is emotionally fucking blasted by it and has no idea how to respond. Mostly there's just initial happiness, but he doesn't know yet, and we don't know if this is going to develop more. Initially, he seems, again, shocked and disbelief and kind of horrified and just completely, utterly discombobulated by it. And then later, when she kind of says a few things that kind of does prove that she is who she says he is, he's, again, gonna do, okay, he's initially, like, again, on the verge of tears, elated, like, oh my god, it's my sister actually alive, and he hugs her. But it's like this, you could absolutely see, like, yeah, this could develop into something more serious later on. This could develop, again, the initial feelings are just shock and fucking, just shock. This is a lot to throw at the dude very quickly, and he's shocked by it. We're on episode 2. There's 6 more episodes. There may be some develop on this. Why are you saying, oh, nope, it's quickly resolved? It's not.
Secret. Joe, it's me.
Notice how horrified and in disbelief he's like, this can't possibly be real. What the fuck are you doing? This is weird as shit.
I wouldn't.
No, you died. I went to the funeral. I understand.
I was always the way. Joe.
Christmas morning, you were 7. You woke me up before the sun.
We're also doing this. What he's skipping over is that he's done, I think he does it twice. This is like the second or third time, is that he doesn't believe her, and he's shocked by this. Even though she does kind of look like what might be an adult version of Marcy. And she keeps saying things that sound familiar. He keeps asking her about historical things that only you and I would know about. These kind of things. So he's been asking because he's very confused by this. And also he's ignoring that he had, literally that moment, a kind of weird existential, kind of out-of-body almost experience. Because what it shows in, I believe, episode 2 is that in the morning before the ship crashed, he asked to be let go from his job, to cancel his contract early so he can go to university. And he's talking to a robot at the company. This solicitor robot thing that solves all these people's applications or whatever. And he wants to end his thing, and he wants to go to college because it's the last thing he promised his dad. He's dying. And she is watching through, again, a monitor. As she's watching through it, and again, he says a comment. He says, look, just let me talk to a human being. And I can't remember how he sets it up, but he says something like this, just have a heart. And then under his breath, he says, or face my fury. And this is a quote from a movie they watched as a kid, Ice Age 4 or some shit. Face my fury. And the response to that in the movie Ice Age, the joke response was, you're furry what? Right? That's what, I can't remember what it says. It's some kind of joke that is said in the movie. And that was these two characters, the brother and sister, their favorite movie, they loved watching it, and they quoted that, and they would make this joke. She hacks into the robot in its microphone actively, showing again her advancing technological skills that are advancing faster than even the people monitoring can see and understand. And she hacks in to say, "You're furry what?" Which is the quote, which is what they would say. So he has already had this moment to where randomly, out of nowhere, a voice that is kind of robotic but kind of also feminine said to him a quote out of context, completely with no real prompting necessarily that should ever have this, said this quote that only him and his sister would probably say, or that his sister would probably say, finishing the quote. He's already fucking thrown for a loop. And then later that day, lady comes, and she's already said, and I think she says either slightly before or slightly after that, that she said that she hacked in to the robot, and she's apologized that she's the reason why he's still here, because she wanted to meet him, and she didn't want him to go to Mars. She didn't want him to go to this university off planet, blah, blah, blah. It says something along those lines. It's either right before this or right after this. And she kind of says that, face my fear. She says that. Literally, she says, I'm the one who said that to you this morning. And he's fucking freaked out by this. So he asks her several questions that only she would know. This is the last one where finally she says another one.
What did you say?
I still don't think my big toe looks like my thumb.
Again, she said, and again, he hugs her. That's fine. But again, he is emotionally distraught. He has seen an alien. He is all kinds of discombobulated. And now all of a sudden this lady is walking up to him saying this shit that only his sister would know. And again, it's been kind of a day. That doesn't mean it's resolved. That just means that he is, again, maybe he's just really in a moment like this. Wow, I really want this to be true. This would be amazing if this was true. And he hugs her. And now you're going to have the Robert Downey Jr. rolling your eyes kind of thing, like this is somehow bad. Like, it's not resolved. We don't know because it's episode 2 of 8 fucking episodes. We don't know if this is resolved.
And that might be because he's possibly dead, because the alien who couldn't manage to catch him for the entire second episode because he had plot armor finally gets him after they discover a bunch of aliens.
And again, he's not dead because he didn't die on screen. He's captured and he might be cocooned somewhere. Who knows? And again, he says, oh, the reason why we resolved this is he might be dead. He might be, but he probably isn't. And again, it's not necessarily resolved. Just because he had a positive reaction to this doesn't mean it's resolved. It just means that this is a reunion. And we don't know if any of these questions might come up or be resolved or anything else like this. All we know is that at this point, we've hit a positive note.
And eggs. So ultimately, the first 2 episodes anyway were a complete disappointment. And I was...
Again, what did you want? You can't satisfy these people.
And eggs. So ultimately, the first 2 episodes anyway were a complete disappointment. And I was expecting more from Noah Hawley. It sacrificed...
What?
Is any characterization for a very plodding plot, and it
sacrifices characterization. What is characterization for a plodding plot? A plodding plot is one that plods along, is usually slow or not developing things very quickly or developing a lot of things. So you've said it develops too much and has too much, but then it doesn't develop those things. Okay, but then what is the characterization that is missing? What is the... Explain to me what scenes are missing or what scenes are necessary or what scenes do have a little bit of characterization but isn't enough. Like, these kind of things would be helpful to understand or for a good review. And I understand, again, you're doing a spoiler-free somewhat review, but that just doesn't seem that spoilerific. And I feel like there isn't enough actual intellectual engagement with the medium and with storytelling here for this review to be at all useful.
Is most certainly a show made for secondary viewing. What is secondary viewing, you ask? Secondary viewing refers to the practice of using a second electronic device, typically a smartphone or tablet, while simultaneously watching content on a
No, it's not at all. What the fuck are you even talking about?
primary screen like a television or a computer. Yes, this is a thing. And that would explain everyone in this show repeatedly getting told stuff they already know. And more importantly, we already know.
It's like a zoo, but the animals got out.
It's a research vessel, deep space model. They must have been collecting specimens.
I mean, what gave it away?
But these people don't know this. Oh, they're telling us stuff that we already know. But they don't know. The reason why you might have scenes like this to where the audience already knows what this ship is, but the characters don't, is that we can see how the characters react to this information that we already know. And thus we can get characterization. We can have lots of things. We can have plot develop, is that they are now going to respond to this new information. That's not necessarily new to us, but we know it because we are privileged, because we are the audience. You fucking clown. It's just so strange that he doesn't seem to understand anything about narrative or storytelling. For somebody is supposed to be so involved and so heavily focused, like, goddamn, do these people need to go to college? Do these people need a fucking class on basic literature, storytelling, analysis? Because I just don't understand how you can spend this much time with something, doing something, engaging in something, and just have so little understanding of the basic functions of it, especially when it comes to storytelling. I just don't understand this.
The giant spaceship you just walked through with all the research labs and all the escape
The giant spaceship, again, not all of the parts they're walking through are going to be labs. In fact, the majority of it probably isn't labs.
Wait, the giant spaceship you just walked through with all the research labs and all the escape specimens? Then there was the exposition no one could possibly know.
There's a creature. She's loose.
How the hell did he know the alien was a she? Did he see those giant
Loose.
Could
Wait.
possibly know.
There's a creature. She's loose.
He didn't say she. He said he. Now, maybe the subtitles are wrong, but I don't think he says she. Listen to this very closely.
Could possibly know.
There's a creature. She's loose.
There's a creature. He's a loose. He doesn't say there's a creature. She's loose. It's more like there's a creature. He's loose. Again, there's a little bit of a mutter there, but it definitely is an H start, not an SH.
Possibly know.
There's a creature. She's loose.
He's loose. Why would you then say, like, yeah, the subtitles are in this case wrong. That's fine. But the subtitles are wrong.
How the hell did he know the alien was a she?
I don't think he did. I think he was just using he in the general usage of he as a non-gender specific reference. Again, this is not technically correct. Usually you would want to say something like they, but again, this is something that oftentimes is a very easy to do, is that you say, like, you know, that dog's biting me. He's going, that dog, he is chasing after me. You don't know if the dog is a he or she, but you could say they or he or she. Technically, you could say any of these things. That, again, it doesn't necessarily indicate that you have specific knowledge. It just indicates that by default, if you have to call something rather than an it, you can say it, they, he, she. This does not necessarily indicate special privileged knowledge. You're just indicating a creature, a thing, he, it. Again, that this is not just nitpicking. This is deliberately nitpicking for the sake of, again, misinforming and kind of manipulating you into thinking that somehow this is a genuine criticism. This isn't. He just used a pronoun. I know everyone's now got up in arms and scared to death, and every single semi-conservative fucking transgender piece of shit transphobic asshole is now also treating pronouns like a fucking political statement. But again, the vast majority of people still use pronouns as pronouns, as references for things. You use it for objects, and you use he, she, or they. Usually grammatically correct, you'd use they if you don't have a specific gender. They are there, but they can also be a plural thing. So sometimes people might reflexively say he or she. Oftentimes, because of our cultural setting, we tend to have the he as a default non-gender specific reference, a pronoun reference to a biological entity that is not a object. That is a subject. He didn't say she.
Did he see those giant xenomorph calcium cannons? And those are just two examples of the horrendous expository dialogue.
Those are terrible examples, and they're not horrendous. And that's also not expository dialogue.
The tech bro Boy Cavalier's plan with the 12-year-olds and robot bodies makes absolutely no sense. I mean, aside from sending them on a...
It's not that it, again, when they say it doesn't make sense, what they mean to say is, when they say it doesn't make sense, what they actually mean to say is, what they mean is that I wouldn't do that, and I don't think that would work. That doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense or not. That just doesn't means that it doesn't work according to your sense. People can do the wrong thing for wrong reasons, and they imagine that they're doing the right thing with correct reasons. But that doesn't mean that overall, like from a plot and analysis standpoint, that it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to an asshole. It's just like this. Why would why would Hannibal Lecter eat this person? That would be so risky. People, his wife and children, might be looking for him, and they know that he was visiting that man. Why would he eat and kill him? Because he's a psychopathic cannibal. Well, that's just stupid. Like, he would be smarter than that. What, like, do you just want there to be zero conflict? Do you want everyone to make the perfect choices all the time and never ever and everything is perfectly resolved and nobody ever catches him, nobody ever catches on? That sounds like a boring story to where all it is just literally the same episode of him just killing somebody, nobody else knowing how it happens, and then there's no investigation or reason to do this because the investigation could go nowhere because the guy was perfect and didn't make any mistakes. So it's just kind of this long drawn out drama of boredom. It's like they don't understand conflict requires, again, some degree of mismatch between things. Conflict requires either disagreement or some kind of mismatch. There is a imperfection, there is a mistake, or there is a success. There is an action that is taken that is not immediately resolvable or that has consequences. It's not just a closed loop.
Dangerous mission where you can break them. They explain his inspiration for putting the 12-year-olds in robot bodies, where he, again, essentially created immortality. As the show points out, an eternal consumer. Now, it has to be children.
Also another weird reading there is that he's doing this, he's going to break all these things. But he says right there, an eternal consumer. That, he's created these things. Part of the reasoning that he's created these things. Let's listen, make sure I'm not getting it wrong.
Inspiration for putting the 12-year-olds in robot bodies, where he, again, essentially created immortality. As the show points out, an eternal consumer. Now, it has to be children's minds because they're more...
As the show points out, he created eternal consumers. But he doesn't care about that. In fact, his explicit thing, yes, she says that you've created eternal consumers, and unless you want them to just be eternal consumers, this isn't what you want, right? Like, she's explaining, and he's kind of explaining that, again, he didn't just create immortality just for its sake, just so he could have immortal consumers. That, again, she makes that accusation. The psychiatrist makes that accusation of him, and he refutes it by then telling her what his real motivation is he wants to just have a good conversation. Basically, it's just kind of like, I want the new, better humanity, and I want to be part of that, and I want somebody to better me, or some shit like that. Again, it's narcissistic bullshit, almost certainly, but again, like the way he phrases it, it makes it sound like Nerdrotic actually thinks that one of the reasons he creates this is to create an eternal consumer, but that's explicitly said in the show not to be.
Sending him on a dangerous mission where you can break them. They explain his inspiration for putting the 12-year-olds in robot...
They explain his inspiration for putting the 12-year-olds into robot bodies.
Where he, again, essentially created immortality. As the show points out, an eternal consumer.
An eternal consumer. Like, again, you're being being extremely uncareful with your wording, because it leaves ambiguous. Do you actually think that's what his motive was? Because that's not what he says his motive was. And that's what, again, that's not what the show is saying at all. Like, he explains his motivations, and it's not that at all. So why are you breaking up? Why don't you just say he explains his motivations as X? And then another character points out that, well, if he wants that, he needs to make sure that, or just to understand that, you know, he shouldn't just be doing this just to create eternal consumers. Why? That he needs something else. And he says, well, my reasoning is X, not eternal consumers.
Now, it has to be children's minds because they're more malleable than adults, which sets up some potential landmines as far as storytelling is concerned that we'll get to in just a moment. No, he created the 12-year-old in robot bodies who...
No, he created... Again, notice how he leaves this all up like it's... Again, I hate the way he writes, actually. Nerdrotic, I hate the way he explains it. Because he... And I do this sometimes too. But he puts the actual point of his message in a very like passive voice saying it's at the end. Like he says a bunch of dog shit, like he's accusing it, but then he says, but he then explains what his actual reason is. But you're like, hold on, like literally for almost a minute, you're talking and it feels like you're saying his reasoning in his X, consumerism. And now he's going to say, well, actually, no, his reasoning is this.
Will live forever so he can have somebody smarter than him to talk to. A 12-year-old child.
Please have a seat right there.
I guess they could have...
Again, you're missing... It's like they're noticing a thing. It's like, yes, it's not necessarily pedophilic, but it is very exploitative of children. And it's creepy and weird. And it's, again, exactly what a narcissistic piece of shit would do. A Peter Pan-like guy is that he wants eternal playmates who can be smart with him because he doesn't actually want them. Again, you can say this. He wants somebody who's smarter than him, somebody who surprises him. He wants adventure. Again, this is literally the Peter Pan theme. This is his character archetype. I don't know what you're fucking complaining about.
Eventually mature, but you're going to have a long wait, bro, and there's no guarantee they're going to be smart.
But again, he's not mature. He doesn't give a shit. Maturity is not the thing. He just wants somebody who's smarter than him or as smart as him so he can talk. Again, you're saying, oh, this is a stupid, crazy plan. Yes. Congratulations. You noticed the fucking theme. You noticed the character type, the character flaw. It's not a flaw in storytelling. It's literally deliberately said. That's like saying, again, like, oh, this person who's think of a movie where somebody is, just this, he's such a rebel that he destroys any chances of living a normal life. Even when he wants to, he's constantly has to rebel and destroy and challenge authority. And then it's going like, oh, well, this guy, he then, he's starting this family, but then he starts this fight and he starts having to do this. And it's clearly going to destroy. He has to rebel and destroy this. It's just illogical and stupid. Yeah, that's the story. That's the character, you fucking nonce. You fucking idiot.
Smarter than you. This brings us to the potentials for storytelling with 12-year-olds in adult robot bodies. I'm not saying the story of a child in an...
And again, this is... Why are you taking this weird thing? Like, there's no indication that this is going to get any kind of weird sexual exploitation or anything like that. And if it does, again, just because, like, it's not... Like, I'm sorry, we talk about murder, we talk about all things. Like, yes, if this goes this direction, this will be presented in a negative way. If it's presented in a positive way, yeah, it's getting some weird Lolita fucking style levels of evil. But it's like these people would read a Lolita and like clutch their pearls like a fucking puritanical dumbass without realizing that, yes, you're reading this from a villain's perspective, or you're reading about villains doing villainous stuff. What did you expect? They're villains. They're doing villainous stuff. And oh, this is getting weird and creepy. Yes. Yeah, that's kind of the theme, and that's a motif, is the exploitation is bad. And they're helping to emphasize why this exploitation is weird and creepy by by using the fact that it's also children and non-mature people.
adult body can't be told. Hell, there's thousands of them out there. We have Shazam. We have Big. Okay, that might not have been the best example. Just want to remind everybody that this is a Disney product. And in another...
So you hate Disney because Disney oftentimes makes childlike, stupid, simplistic products that ruin your more grim, dark fantasy, wanted desires, blah, blah, blah. But then now you're also like, oh, this is a Disney product. You know, how could Disney ever do this?
Might not have been the best example. Just want to remind everybody that this is a Disney product. And in another Disney product, Peter Pan, Wendy does start having feelings for him. Ugh. Well, there's nothing like that yet, but...
Yeah, that's I don't understand how someone can be so illiterate. Just illiterate about how storytelling is done, and just also so anti-intellectual when it comes to storytelling. This is just fundamentally broken shit.
There is this little piece of dialogue.
Why don't you have kids?
Well, we tried to have kids, but I have a low sperm count. Sperm. Funny word.
I mean, who in the hell says that to a 12-year-old, but...
That's... Well, one, how about we say maybe that's deliberate and maybe that's good storytelling because it shows that putting a child in an adult body creates a visual that makes adults more likely to discuss things that are inappropriate for a child. And that helps to illustrate this. And also, who says that to a child? He's literally said, why don't you have kids? Like, again, this is this weird, I don't know how, but a lot of these nerd kind of these nerd things have become incredibly weirdly like puritanical Christian conservative. Oh my God, are you talking about sperm with a child? Like, well, it's not talking about like sperm. Like, he's not just doing this long fucking conversation. Like, he's explained, well, you know, and again, they're also having to educate. And again, they're treating the child not as a child. This is literally storytelling. But even then, like, you know, if a child asks like, well, you know, tried having a child, but I have, and again, he maybe said it in bad past. I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's not super appropriate, but it's not like something I'm going to clutch my fucking pearls over so goddamn hard they turn into diamonds. Like, it's so goddamn weird how weirdly conservative these people, and these same types will be absolutely enthusiastic about hyper violence because violence is perfectly fine and appropriate for children to see. It's perfectly fine, and they're perfectly fine with hyper violence or whatever. And again, is this a product for children? No. So then why would the inappropriateness matter? Like, again, what I mean by this is that I would only be concerned about this kind of weirdness if this was in a child's product. But Alien Earth is not a child's product. It does, so the only people who are going to be really watching this are adults. So adults are going to be watching and going to be noticing and be able to differentiate what is an appropriate and inappropriate conversation topics with a child and how a child will respond to them and all that stuff. So it's that's it. The only time the content of something really matters is what effect it will have on the readers, if you wanted to even look at this from a moral standpoint. And what effect is this going to have on adults? Is this going to tell adults that, oh, it's okay to talk about these things? Like, they're adults, they're mature, they can make up their own minds. It's just weird, you know? Like, it's weird.
I guess to be fair to the show, it kind of goes along with not just the horrendous expository dialogue, the horrendous dialogue that runs throughout it. This brings us to another interesting concept that so far...
Again, what was horrendous about that dialogue? It's literally slightly awkward, and then she does exactly what a child would do, is that she, especially a 12-year-old, and I love how they also clutch their pearls, despite the fact that I guarantee you when they were 12 years old on Xbox Live or whatever, they were saying all kinds of horrific shit. So like the idea that, eh, and again, it's not bad dialogue. Explain to me why it's bad dialogue.
They've completely fumbled being on civilized Earth in the Alien franchise. And apparently it's idiocracy. Now, I'm sure some of you will say, rightly so, by the way, that, hey, I just want to see xenomorphs killing people.
Again, how do they fumble? It's idiocracy. Again, you haven't shown any of that. You just summarized things and then said they were bad because of reasons that are never said or explained or done out.
And quite frankly, I'm rooting for the xenomorph in this one. And you really wouldn't be wrong, partially because you're the customer and you're never wrong. But yes,
the customer
has the ability to hack. We have Shazam. The horrendous, completely idiocracy. Now, I'm sure some of you will say, rightly so, by the way, that, hey, I just want to see xenomorphs killing people. And quite frankly, I'm rooting for the xenomorph in this one. And you really wouldn't be wrong, partially because you're the customer and you're never.
Customers are always wrong. I hate that phrase. You know, the customer's never wrong. I fucking hate it. But anyway.
Never wrong. But yes, Alien has been reduced to what Jurassic Park / World is now for a long time.
I mean, we've had bad movies and they've been dog shit. But I think it's completely unfair to compare Alien Earth to Jurassic Park, the newest one. That's a dumpster fire.
That's the era we're in. Reimaginations turn to regurgitations, which make slop. Now, call me naive or old-fashioned. I'd still prioritize maybe telling a good story, moving.
You don't know what a good story is or how to tell a good story because you don't understand narrative things at all. And when you analyze them, you analyze them and say, hey, this is an narrative archetype and it's bad. Why? Because it's an archetype. What? I don't understand. Like, how is the archetype bad? Well, because the storytelling's bad. Because it's this. It's like you're literally just pointing out things. You're literally just saying the alien is deadly, and that's stupid. Why? Well, because aliens wouldn't be deadly. Well, notice how, like, that's basically the equivalent of what he says. All of his arguments are literally just, in my opinion. Okay, well, why? What is the logic and reasoning rationale your opinion is based on? Well, I just think it's stupid. He doesn't, oh, just call me old-fashioned. I just think of good storytelling. You don't know good storytelling from bad storytelling. You don't know storytelling at all. You just know your likes and dislikes in the most basic, like, animalistic manner as you consume your slop and go, this slop is good. That slop is bad. I don't like it. Why? I don't like it.
Forward instead of trying to shoehorn it into canon. For example, that gun that can stun an alien used by cyborg Captain Hook probably would have come in handy in the future films. And a bunch of warrior.
And it would have come in handy in future films. So why would they have it in future films? Why would they have it at all? Like, again, you're saying, oh, this messes up the canon. Sure, but the canon's been fucked for fucking years. Why are you complaining? Again, this weird obsession with everything has to fit together perfectly. It's this weird autistic fucking obsessive compulsive thing that is so childlike in its refusal to accept differences or reinterpretations.
Hybrid super soldiers probably would have been a nice thing to have in Aliens.
But you also just said they're super expensive and they're also prototypical. So what if the technology is lost? We don't know. Maybe they never try it again because it's a disaster. Because they can't control it. I don't know. Like, there's plenty of reasons to explain why this wouldn't happen. And why this might not be found in the future canon.
I'm positive there'll be some stupid explanation like they did in Star Trek Discovery when they had to explain away
a stupid explanation. What's the good explanation? And again, you just don't like it because you don't like. Again, this is what happens. Why it's illogical is that he has a conclusion. He wants to hate this because that's what sells his videos. So he works backwards from that and just finds, well, this isn't explained in the canon. That must mean it's stupid.
Reason why Spock had a human black female foster sister that he never talked about. By the way, they said she's classified. And I'm just scratching the surface on the tech and the concepts they already introduced that are going to create problems in something that comes before Alien and Aliens. And they still have 6 episodes to go. Now, Noah Hawley says essentially one of the messages in Alien Earth is, do humans...
So what is the technology that would be found that should have been found in Alien? Oh, the stun gun? Why would the stun gun be on there? They were a hauling mission. Now, I don't think they were sent out initially in their ore hauling. They're like an iron hauler or something like that. They're the large mining hauler vessel. I don't think they were initially set out for mining or whatever. I think they were sent out for mining, and then there was a signal. Weyland-Yutani found that alien ship, and they diverted the ship to pick that up. Why would that ship have a very, very, very powerful stun gun and a bionet thing for capturing, that's clearly meant for stunning and capturing species? Now, I could see why a deep space research vessel that is specifically sent out to various places, either one planet or multiple planets, to find various species to capture and bring back as biological research things, why that ship would have a fucking large stun gun and a capture biological kind of creating capture net like he just showed. But why the hell would a freighter have one? And then you might say, well, the military, aliens, why didn't they have it? Why would aliens, the Marines, have this? They have guns. They have shooty bang bangs. That work pretty well. More importantly, again, this was something that was done on the down low. It's not like the Weyland-Yutani specifically sent out their Marines. No, this was done by the Burke? Yeah, it's Burke. It was done by Burke because Burke had set up this thing, sent out the people, the colony is lost, and he sets up and calls, because he's trying to cover up a bit of his fuckery while still making a little bit of money. He contracts and uses his connections through the corporation to send out a Marine squad vessel to go to this place. He's not going to have or do anything. He's not going to have and tell them, and they're not going to just have alien biological containment stuff. They're just a Marine search and rescue fucking vessel. They're just a Marine squad. They're just going to have standard military armaments. So how and why is this technological thing somehow a problem? And why would it doesn't need to be explained away? Its very existence and the nature of the vessel kind of already does a good enough job. You're just looking for something to hate.
Noah Hawley says essentially one of the messages in Alien Earth is, do humans deserve to live?
We have combined the story of humanity facing this existential threat, both from biological monsters and from synthetic artificial intelligence, which always raises the question, does humanity deserve to survive?
After watching this, humans don't deserve to write. As I've said before, this era of reimagination regurgitation is just human AI, which is ironic because Hollywood's biggest fear is AI. A lot of the themes you're going to see in a lot of movie and TV shows are going to be about AI, and they're going to feel like they were written by AI. But maybe I'm just misunderstanding this high work of art, and thanks to the media literacy crowd with...
You probably are, because again, you do have really bad media literacy, and you're again biased in the direction that you don't understand how anything works. And I'm not even saying there aren't flaws with the show, and their flaws might actually even correspond to the things he dislikes. I'm saying that his understanding, his explanation, and his general approach to this, again, is incorrect. And again, you might say a broken clock is right twice a day, and maybe that's a good metaphor to use, is that he's the broken clock. I would still suggest that the broken clock is wrong still. Regardless, it's not wrong. It's wrong all times of the day. It's not right twice a day. The broken clock is always wrong. But this, again, the way he's going about it is just so anti-understanding, anti-narrative, anti-media literacy, anti-understanding. It's just this weird emotional, reactionary, pre-hating the thing before you even watch it. So then when you watch it, you're just looking for things to hate about it that conform to your pre-generated idea of this thing sucking.
Misunderstanding this high work of art, and thanks to the media literacy crowd with pronouns in their bios, I am going to be put in my place, because the Alien franchise has always been about the body, its boundaries, its vulnerabilities, its transformations. Alien Earth reframes this through a sharp, queer-coded lens.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Now
Okay, so let's go back. Let's look at the statements. Queer-coded lens. Now, again, I know you're responding to the queer-coded lens because you don't understand this, and these are trigger words for you because you're a conservative, reactionary dipshit. And again, do I think that queer theory is necessarily the way to approach this? No, but it's not an inappropriate way to approach this. That's, again, the anti-intellectual thing, is that you don't actually like other people thinking different than you and approaching problems differently than you, because you don't like that. You don't like other philosophies existing. You don't like other answers existing for questions that are difficult to answer. You just want your one answer and everyone to agree with it. You're a stupid person. But again, I don't think it's always been solely, and again, I don't think they say it's solely about the body. I think, yes, the Alien franchise has always been, in many ways, about the body. One of the key features of the Alien that makes it horrifying is, again, the face hucker and the fact that it does this, that it props out of you, that that its body is not just different. The alien's body in biology is not just different and harmful and just super crazy caustic, literally caustic in the alien blood, the acidic blood, but that the way it, and this is the big difference between the Alien franchise and all other movies that came before this, is that the alien reproduces through the violation, and really violent and kind of weird and creepy violation and gestation in a human host. This is weird. Again, boundaries, its vulnerabilities, its transformations. Alien Earth reframes it through a sharp, queer-coded lens. I don't think it reframes it through a queer-coded lens. Not necessarily. I can see the argument, but I don't think it's necessarily a good theory to apply to this. But it's not inappropriate. A haunting fusion of sci-fi, corporate dystopia, and Peter Pan references. Nothing about that is wrong. He just wants you to focus on the bigotry of the queer-coded lens. He just wants you to hear that and not think about what queer theory is at all. He just wants you to immediately go, oh, the queers, like all them gays and all them transgendered peoples, them's evil. I dislike them. He just wants, again, this is literally thought shutting down. This isn't thought creation. This isn't even critique of thought. This is just thought shut down. This is evil thinking. This is, oh, you are being arrested for bad thinking, for wrong think. You have literally become the meme you hated about SJWs.
Queer-coded lens, the sharpest tool in the shed, but that...
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Now, I might not be the sharpest tool in the shed.
You are not the sharpest tool in the shed, and you are deliberately happy about your bluntness, about your dullness. You revel in it. You believe that your dullness is more privileged than other things. And you know what? Dullness can have special. Your dullness can be perfectly fine. But it's not better or worse, necessarily, than sharpness. So stop being a prick.
But that's a bold statement, saying a show about 12-year-old children stuffed in adult robot bodies is queer-coded.
Oh, I do so love the absolutely... Well, it's interesting that we're having this old school homophobia, transphobia aspects, because I remember back in the day, it was still somewhat prevalent, but this was something that was like in the 90s or whatever, is that the gays were going to try to be the gays were pedophiles, and that they were trying to corrupt and go after your kids and shit like that. That was a thing that was kind of like in the 80s and 90s. But it eventually died out. Now it's come back again. It's like, oh, these it's bold to say that things that are queer coded, associating queers and transgenders and gay people with child exploitation. That's a bit on the nose. It's really fucking nasty. That is genuinely a nasty piece of shit thing, because it doesn't actually understand. That's like saying, like, I'm sorry, should this not be done in America? Because, like, well, it's in America, it's on Earth. Well, are you saying that America is pro child exploitation, more importantly rape? It's like, no, it's not saying that. Like, what are you talking about? It's literally talking about other aspects, about, like, again, the body stuff, and it's relating to many different things. It has nothing to do, it's not like saying it's pro child exploitation. Again, this is this weird, simplistic, anti-intellectual, dumb thinking awfulness that, honestly, if you were to say this in real life, I think this gets you punched in the face. If he said something like that in a debate with, like, some kind of LGBT kind of community individual, and they're debating about this, and he makes some fucking crack like that, if they just hauled off and punched his fucking smug, stupid face, I'd be like, yeah, talk shit, get hit. You say some really bigoted, hateful, ugly bullshit like that, that is stupid, that is deliberately misunderstanding what that person means and the association of queer theory with this fucking thing. It feels this manufactured ugliness. And I think that deserves to get punched in the face.
Please have a seat right there.
Anyway, we'll see if the show rallies and it actually gets good, but as it stands right now, there are still only 2 Alien movies, Alien and Aliens, and 0 TV shows.
Nerdrotic.com.
Well, that's exactly what I expected it to be. Again, this is true anti-intellectual. It revels in ignorance, it revels in stupidity, and it revels in rage and hate. And this creates really bad fiction. This creates really bad understanding of fiction. Because, again, it predisposes you to just want to hate stuff, and you don't understand why you hate things. You don't understand why you like things. You don't understand anything. So, that was incredibly disappointing, but incredibly standard. We won't have times for any playing of games today. Maybe later tonight we might do a late night stream, but we're going to go ahead and sign off here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one.